네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2분 후에 학회를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 장내에 계신 참석자분들께서는 자리를 찾아서 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 2시 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Good afternoon. I'm Ki-han Kim, a professor of sports management in Seoul National University, and I'm very pleased to be the presider of today's Congress, the 34th International Sport Science Congress in commemoration for the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games. And this wonderful venue for the Congress is the Central Library of Kyunghee University Global Campus. Let me begin with national courtesy. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and salute the national flag on the right-hand side of the front stage.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
Please be seated. Singing the national anthem will be skipped. Before we get started, let me introduce to you our VIP guests. First, we have Chairman of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, KSPO, Mr. Jo Hyun-jae. Please welcome Chairman Cho with a big round of applause. Next, we have the Dean of the College of Physical Education at Kyunghee University. Please welcome Dr. Song Jong-guk. Next, we have the President-elect. Now we have the former President of Korean Alliance for Health, Physical Education, Recreation and Dance, K-PERT, Dr. Kang Shin-wook. Please welcome Dr. Kang with a big round of applause. Fourth, we have the President-elect of the Korean Alliance of Health, Physical Education, Recreation and Dance, Dr. Lee Han-kyung. Once again, I'd like to thank all the VIP guests as well as all the members of KPERD participating in this Congress, both on and offline. Now, let's get started with the opening ceremony. First, we have the president of KPERD, the Korean Alliance for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, Dr. Kim Do-gyun. Please welcome President Kim with a big round of applause.
Hello, dear KPERD, 16 corporate society and sports families. This is Kim Do-gyun, the chairman of KPERD. Thank you for sparing your precious time at attending the 31st Seoul International Sports Conference in commemoration of the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games. The digital transformation, a key keyword of CES 2021, and the world's largest home appliance exhibition held online early last year, means a continuous process shifting the exciting paradigm through multiple digital technologies. Also, it is a topic that is being actively discussed in all fields of the world. The untapped culture is repeatedly established in the sports field due to COVID-19. And now, in need of a paradigm shift is a sport that is different from the past. Hence, it is time to actively discuss the convergence of sports and digital. In this international sports conference, I looked forward to seeing the public debate could be unfold to explore the future direction of sports through the discussion of the fundamental values of the Olympics as a sport and its convergence with the digital in the DT era under the theme of sports at a crossroad in the era of digital transformation. Once again, I would like to thank the presenters who responded to the presentation despite their busy time. And I hope this will be a valuable opportunity to share various precious opportunities between domestic and foreign scholars, and together the wisdom to move in the better the direction. Finally, I thank you very much, Minister Park Bo-gyun of the 문화체육관광부, Chairman 조현재 of the 국민체육진흥공단, President Lee Gi-young of the 대한체육회, and Vice President Kim Woo-sik of Kyung Hee University, who cooperated for holding this conference, and the people involved for hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kim. Next, on behalf of the Vice President of Kyung Hee University, the Dean of the College of Physical Education at Kyung Hee University, Dr. Song Jong-guk will give us welcome remarks. Please welcome Dr. Song with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting, I would like to express my deepest apologies for taking the place of the Vice President of Kyung Hee University welcoming remarks due to his busy schedule. This is the message, his message I will deliver. Dear members of KPERD, foreign scholars, and distinguished guests from home and abroad, I welcome to all who visited Kyung Hee University for the participation of the 34th International Sports Conference in commemoration for the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games. The International Sports Conference was first started to achieve the academic development of sports through the Olympic split in commemoration of the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games. And now, we have reached 34 times. The International Sports Conference has contributed a lot for the development of domestic and international sports world, thanks to the continuous efforts of CAPER. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my deepest thanks for your hard work so far. As you know, we are living in the fourth industrial age. I think that the fourth industrial age is the era of driving sustainability through the insight between areas based on convergence between the various fields. This demands of the time is accelerating the digital transformation in the sports field. The sports at crossroads in the era of digital transformation as the theme of the 34th International Sports Conference shows concerns about the directions sports world should go in the fourth industrial age. Today, I hope that the CAPER, representing Korean sports academia, the 16 cooperative societies, and the foreign scholars gathered here could have an opportunity of meaningful academic exchange to discuss and communicate head-to-head about this theme. In addition, I expect that the result of this academic communication will be widely used in academic and social fields, responding to the current fourth business era as the 1988 Olympic spirit has had a great influence on various fields such as society, culture, politics, and diplomacy in Korea. I wish good luck for the domestic and foreign scholars, VFs, and all members of CAPER and 16 cooperative societies who attended this Congress despite of your busy schedule. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the staff and the volunteers of CAPER for their hard work in preparing for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Song. Now we have 3 congratulatory remarks. The first congratulatory remarks are from the Minister Park Bo-gyun of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Unfortunately, Minister Park is unable to attend this Congress in person. However, thankfully, he sent us his congratulatory remarks in print, which is shown in the proceedings of the conference. Please refer to the proceedings for Minister Park's congratulatory remarks. Next, we have the chairman of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, Chairman Cho Hyun-jae. Please welcome Chairman Cho with a big round of applause and ask for congratulatory remarks.
예, 방금 소개받은 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단 이사장 조현재입니다. 제 축사는 아마 오늘 프로그램북에 이렇게 소개가 되어 있습니다. 그래서 프로그램북에 있는 축사를 참고해 주시면 되겠고요. 오늘 특히 우리 스포츠와 또 디지털 트랜스포메이션 관련해서 34번째 맞는 서울올림픽 기념 제34회 국제스포츠과학 학술대회 관련해서 몇 가지 좀 의미가 깊다고 생각해서 그런 분야의 말씀을 드리면서 축사에 가름하고자 합니다. 올해가 이제 서울올림픽 1988년 열렸던 서울올림픽 34주년 되는 해입니다. 9월 17일이 서울올림픽 개막식이었으니까요. 이제 한 달도 채 남지 않았습니다. 이 한국체육학회가 34주년 34번째 이 서울올림픽 기념 국제학술대회를 개최하는 것은 아마도 지금까지 1896년에 시작된 근대 올림픽 이후에 역대 하계 올림픽을 개최한 도시들 중에서 이렇게 올림픽 끝난 이후에 34년을 한결같이 이렇게 국제학술대회를 개최하고 있는 아마 유일한 사례다, 이렇게 이해하시면 될 것입니다. 그래서 IOC에서도 우리 서울 올림픽 기념 국제학술대회가 34번째 열리고 있는 것에 대해서 아마 굉장히 높게 평가하고 있으리라 생각이 됩니다. 제가 근무하고 있는 기관도 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단입니다. 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단은 1988년 10월 2일 서울올림픽이 끝난 이후에 그 재산과 자산과 인력이라든지 이런 것을 모두 승계해서 1989년 4월 22일 설립된 공공기관이죠. 그래서 33년이 되었습니다. 서울올림픽과 관련해서 이렇게 크게 보면 몇 가지 레거시가 있는데요. 올림픽에 서울올림픽 유산들이 있는데 서울올림픽의 모든 유무형의 자산을 법적으로 승계한 기관이 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단이라고 한다고 하면 이렇게 서울올림픽과 관련해서 계획해서 이게 서울올림픽 국제학술대회를 이렇게 개최하고 34번째 매년 이렇게 해온 것도 서울올림픽의 굉장히 큰 유산이다, 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 최근에 이제 IOC에서 올림픽 개최한 44개 도시들의 올림픽 경기장 시설 관리 실태를 조사한 보고서가 발간이 되었는데요. 그 서울올림픽은 44개 올림픽 개최 도시들 중에서 올림픽 경기장을 93%를 원형대로 원래 목적대로 보존하고 있는 가장 우수한 올림픽 유산을 보존하고 있는 사례 탑5 안에 들어가 있습니다. 제가 그 로잔에 지금 6월에 다녀왔습니다는 작년 2월에 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육공단 이사장에 취임하면서 로잔에는 IOC와 계속 이야기를 하면서 근대 올림픽 이후에 올림픽 정신, 올림픽 유산, 또 스포츠 정신, 이런 것들이 올림픽을 IOC에서만 한 것이 아니고 NOC와 그리고 올림픽을 개최한 도시들, 그리고 올림픽의 시설물을 관리하고 있는 기관들, 이런 모든 올림픽과 관련된 기관들이 올림픽 정신과 올림픽 유산과 스포츠 정신을 고양하는데 서로 힘을 합쳐야 될 것이 아니겠는가 이야기를 했습니다. 그 가운데서 서울올림픽 관련해서 서울올림픽을 보존하고 정신을 보존하고 자산을 관리하고 기념사업을 하고 있는 저희 서울올림픽 기념공단이 올림픽 개최 시설을 관리한 기구 중에서 가장 모범적으로 운영되고 있다는 건 IOC에서도 잘 알고 있습니다. 그래서 금년 10월 18일과 19일 이틀에 걸쳐서 서울올림픽 레거시 국제 포럼을 IOC와 함께 공동으로 창설해서 올해 첫 레거시 포럼을 연다는 말씀을 드리면서요. 왜 이 말씀을 드리냐면 한국체육학회가 34번째 이어오고 있는 서울올림픽 기념 국제학술대회와 저희 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단이 올해 창설하는 서울올림픽 레거시 포럼이 결코 무관하지가 않다, 이렇게 해서 여러분께 보고 겸 말씀을 드리게 됩니다. 저는 감히 이렇게 생각을 해봅니다. 지금 이제 그 우리나라에서 하계올림픽, 동계올림픽, 또 아시안게임 3차례, 뭐 월드컵, 국제 육상대회, 큰 메가 스포츠 대회를 다 열었습니다는 앞으로 또 언젠가는 아마 올림픽을 또 유치하게 될 것입니다. 서울이 됐든 부산이 됐든 대전이 됐든 아마 우리가 스포츠 강국으로 이렇게 또 그 경제, 정치, 문화 모든 선진국으로서 왔을 때 다시 한번 개최할 기회가 오리라고 봅니다. 그랬을 때 우리가 대회만 잘 유치하고 대회를 잘 여는 것뿐만이 아니고 이 올림픽 정신의 기본인 평화의 확산, 그리고 스포츠 정신의 확산, 또 미래 세대들에게 또 이 스포츠 정신을 교육시키는 이런 일들을 함께 잘 10년, 20년, 100년 이어나가야 된다고 생각하기 때문에 특히 이런 올림픽 기념 국제 스포츠 학술 대회를 계속하는 것이 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 시대가 굉장히 빠르게 변하고 있습니다. 이번 주제도 디지털 트랜스포메이션이 되겠습니다는 스포츠 세계도 우리가 이제 4차 혁명과 이제 분리해서 결코 생각할 수 없는 그런 시대가 되었습니다. 그래서 체육학계에서 이제 34주년이 됐습니다는 이제 한 50주년, 100주년 이렇게 국제 올림픽 서울올림픽 기념 국제 학술대회 이어가면서 우리가 이런 스포츠 국제 학술 대회에서도 올림픽 개최한 다른 나라들은 한두 번 하고 말았습니다는 이런 스포츠 국제 학술 대회에 있어서의 우리의 학술적인 역량 그리고 리더십 이런 것들도 우리가 선도적으로 앞으로 유지해 나가는 그런 계기가 되기를 바람하지 않습니다. 이 스포츠 국제 학술 대회를 준비하신 애쓰신 김도균 우리 체육학회 회장님을 비롯한 임원진 여러분께 노고에 대해서 감사의 말씀드립니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you, Chairman Cho. Last but not least, we have the congratulatory remarks from the President of Korean Sport and Olympic Committee, Lee Gi-heung, and President Lee sent us the video of his congratulatory remarks, which will be played on the screen. Please attend the screen on the front stage.
친애하는 체육관중 여러분, 대단히 반갑습니다. 먼저 88 서울올림픽을 기념하여 디지털 전환 시대의 스포츠 미래 발전 방안을 주제로 하는 제34회 88 서울올림픽 기념 국제스포츠컨퍼런스의 개최를 진심으로 축하드리며 오늘 컨퍼런스의 개최를 위해 애써주신 김도균 한국체육학회장님을 비롯한 관계자 여러분께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 또한 바쁘신 와중에도 귀한 시간을 내시어 온 오프라인으로 함께 해주신 체육가족 여러분께도 감사와 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 코로나19의 확산으로 인해 비대면화가 확산되며 디지털 역량이 국가 경쟁력으로 핵심 요소로 부각되고 있습니다. 이에 대한민국 정부도 디지털 뉴딜 종합 대책을 마련하여 5G와 AI의 활용을 통해서 스포츠 산업 혁신 기반을 조성하고 비대면 스포츠 코칭 시장을 육성하는 등 스포츠가 성장하기 위한 새로운 동력 발굴에 지원을 아끼지 않고 있습니다. 대한체육회는 베이징 동계올림픽 팀 코리아 NFT를 발행하여 스포츠 자산의 부가가치를 높이고 비대면 콘텐츠를 제작, 보급하는 등 스포츠 산업의 디지털화를 선도하기 위한 노력을 또한 지속해 나가고 있습니다. 이와 같은 때에 디지털을 통한 스포츠 발전 사례를 돌아보고 미래 스포츠 정책에 대해 논의하기 위해 열리는 이번 포럼이 더욱 의미 깊게 여겨집니다. 오늘 포럼에 참석해 주신 발제자 및 토론자 여러분의 고견이 디지털 시대에 스포츠가 나가야 할 길을 밝혀줄 것이라 생각하며 이를 위해서 건강한 스포츠의 미래를 만들 수 있을 것이라 확신합니다. 끝으로 행사 준비를 위해서 애써주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드리며 함께 해주신 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lee. Now it concludes the 3 congratulatory remarks. Before we get started with the presentations, let's take a few minutes for a group photo. Please, speakers and discussants and board members of K-PERT come to the front stage for group photo. 네, 사진 촬영 있겠습니다. 우선은 사진을 2번에 나눠서 찍겠습니다.
발음 듣는 순간 우리 선수를 갖다
자, 오늘 참석해 주신 여러분들 고맙습니다. 전체 인원 다 나와서 한번 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 앉아 계신 분들 다 나오시죠? 예, 예, 한번 나오시죠? 예, 참석자가 없는, 다시 한번 예. 예, 앞쪽으로 나오셔서 한국체육학회 네, 고맙습니다.
Please be seated again, and we will begin with part 1 of today's Congress. The overarching theme of today's Congress is Sports at Crossroads in the Era of Digital Transformation. This means digital technology is both a great opportunity for us to improve the ways we engage with and experience sports for various social benefits. But at the same time, if we are not prepared well, that is, if we do not have proper understandings of what digital technology is and how we can apply it to sports, digital transformation may not result in the desired outcome that we wish. In today's Congress, we have a lineup of 5 world-renowned scholars and industry experts who can deliver clear ideas of how we should view and adopt digital technologies in sports. The Congress is comprised of 2 parts, and let me introduce Chair of Part 1, Professor Justin Yongwan Chun. He's a professor of Yonsei University and a world-renowned scholar in exercise medicine. Please welcome Professor Chun with a big round of applause, and let me take the stage over to him.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for a kind introduction. Good afternoon. My name is Justin. I'm a professor at Yonsei University. Digital transformation is here. Whether you like it or not, whether you're ready or not. Just like industrial revolution changed the fundamental of industry and characteristics of job. During industrial revolution, many people lose their job, but many new jobs are also created. We are facing fourth industrial revolution, and it is critically important as sports scientists and administrators, scholars, to understand what digital transformation is and how this is impacting health industry, sports, and Olympic Games. For this important topic, we are very proud that we have 2 excellent and renowned speakers and panelists. Our first speaker is a Professor Jin-woo Kim. Professor Kim graduated from business school at Yonsei University. Then he went to UCLA for his master and earned his PhD from Carnegie Mellon University, majoring human-computer interaction. He's a consultant of various companies, including Daum Communication, Samsung, and LG Electronics. Recently, he received the Yonsei Research Award, which is given to the only one best professor who demonstrated high-quality research. Professor Kim not only shows excellence in research and teaching at the university, but he also started a startup company making the digital therapeutics. Today, he will introduce what digital therapeutics and digital theranostics are and some recently finding of his research. Please welcome Professor Jin-woo Kim.
Hi everybody, my name is Jinwoo Kim and I'd like to take off my mask to provide more accurate information about my presentation. Before I start, I'd like to thank all the members in this Congress to invite me for this wonderful event. And also I was personally very surprised. You know why? I was married with my wife year 1988, the year of Olympic. So I didn't know that 34 years have passed since we got married. So I texted my wife while I was sitting in the seat, say, gosh, we've been married for 34 years. My wife turns back to me and says that generations have been changed more than 3 times. So I guess this conference is also getting old and mature as our couple do. So also this is my first time to provide information about my major and also what I'm doing in my company in front of Korean audience in English. So I will try to speak as slowly as possible. And I will finish my talk as fast as possible so that you don't have to put up with my poor English for a long time. So let me introduce the first concept. Let's see. One of the key words right now in health and medical area is what we call digital therapeutics. So let me explain what is digital therapeutics. Let me ask you one question. If you got serious cold, what do? You probably go to the grocery store and buy Tylenol and get one of them. Or you may visit doctor's office. Let me give you one more example, one more question. If you have some serious headache, what would you do? You will go to the doctor and the doctor says, let's take MRI to see if there is anything wrong in your brain. So that's what we did in the past. But what if I say that you don't have to take any pills, you don't have to take any MRIs, all you need to is your smartphone and several apps on your smartphone. So it sounds like unrealistic. You need just your smartphone to cure your disease. And that's exactly what digital therapeutics means. It means you need only smartphone and software without any other device, without any other chemical materials, just smartphone and apps. You can cure many diseases. Some of them are serious, some of them are trivial. That's what we call digital therapeutics. It has been started year 2019. So it has been only 3 years old. It started by US FDA, and they announced 2019 that from now on, the US FDA will treat software program as good as chemical-based medicines, also as well as genetic-based medicines too. So based on that announcement, a lot of companies all around the world started to develop various types of digital therapeutics. So let me give you two examples of digital therapeutics that has been already approved by the US government. The first one is what named as Achilles Endeavor RX. That's for children with ADHD. So it works something like this. When the pediatrician prescribes the Endeavor RX to the child, and then the child pay for the subscription and download the app, and then key in the prescription number. Then the app starts working on the patient or patient parents' smartphones or PDAs, and they work together for sometimes 3 months to relieve the symptom of ADHD. That digital therapeutics has been approved by US FDA year 2020, and it has already been covered by the health insurance company. So it is not the future things. It has been already made, and it has been made really, really fast. But there are two problems in traditional digital therapeutics. The first problem is, let's say you may be skeptical because you don't have to take the pills, you don't take the pictures, then how do we know that there is some enhancement or there is some effect against the disease? That's the number one concern. The number two concern is, what do you have to do when you need to take the pills? The only thing you need to do, go to the refrigerator, take the bottle of water, and take the pill and intaking. That's all you need if you need a Tylenol or Advil. But to take the effect from software, what you have to do? You have to download the software, and you have to use them regularly. So that means it's more difficult to take the software medicine rather than the chemical-based or genetic-based medicines. So these are the two important questions, so that the concept of theranostics comes in year 2021. So it has been only 1 year old that this concept of digital theranostics comes. And what does it mean is that theranostics. The first part of thera means therapeutics. The second part of gnostics means diagnostics. So theranostics means one software can do diagnosis as well as treatment at the same time. That's the core concept of digital theranostics. So it has two components. The first component is what we call digital biomarker. Let me give you an example. I went to annual checkup in Yonsei University's hospital, get the blood out, and also I took the urine test. That's what we call physical biomarker. When we say digital biomarker, you don't need to take out the blood. You don't need to take out the urine test. What do? You just use your smartphone, And you can take lots of information about your behavior, about your physiology, and also about your mental state. So digital biomarker means getting the objective and measures about your body, your health, and your physiology just through your smartphone. That's what we call digital biomarker. And digital biomarker has been taught in US academias, and now they have their own area of study, and they have their own field. And some of them, we can see lots of digital biomarkers are coming out, such as for diagnosis, such as for monitoring, and such as for prognostic, and also finally something for predictive. So what if you have, let's say, 75 years old grandpa, and I'd like to know how severe is his cognitive impairment. Also, I'd like to know by when he become, let's say, Alzheimer's patient. We don't know right now, but if we have digital biomarker, you can measure how severe is his condition right now, and also you can predict how long time it will take for him to be a dementia patient. That's what we call digital biomarker. And DT-Knox, I think, is one example of digital transformation of health and medical services and product in current situations. And I think my major is HCI. HCI stands for Human-Computer Interaction. And why do we need HCI? Because we need to collect reliable data, digital biomarker data from the patient, and also we need to provide the treatment to the patient as conveniently as possible so that we can have high compliance rate. So I'd like to introduce one of the projects that I am working with Professor Justin John, and it has been just a year, something like that. So this is a digital diagnostics for sarcopenia for women in 40s and 50s. So let me explain our service called Reborn. That's digital diagnostics for sarcopenia treatment. And probably you know what is sarcopenia. So it is a disease, a serious disease that comes from the reduction of muscles. So in Korean it says 근감소증. So sarcopenia has been defined as a disease from year 2021 in Korea. So it has been defined as disease just for a year ago. But it is a very serious disease, usually occurred for women when they pass menopausal period. And that is around 40s and 50s. And as you know, every woman goes through that period. So that means every woman in the world have a high chance to be subject to sarcopenia in their course. So what is the best remedy for the sarcopenia? Unfortunately, we don't have any drugs approved by US FDA or Korean FDA yet. So that means it is impossible to cure sarcopenia by drug. Then what can we do? There must be something we can do. the most effective way to fight against the sarcopenia is physical exercise. So it says that the sarcopenia is a time for action to deal with sarcopenia and to deal with muscle reaction and exercise in mid-aged women around 40s and 50s. And our product, digital theranostics, comes with three components or three characteristics. The first one is digital biomarker. So we don't need ask women to go to hospital to check the current state of muscles. We use only her smartphones, and that's all. So second one is we provide personalized treatment. So if there is two women, if both of them are suffering from sarcopenia, but based on her current condition, we can provide different treatment. The third one is improved compliance with user interface. And in order to deal with sarcopenia, we need at least 12 weeks of consistent treatment. 12 weeks is a long time. It's more than 3 months. So in order to comply with 3 months treatment program, the system has to be very, very user-friendly. So that's what we did. So this is the system architecture for our digital theranostics for sarcopenia for menopausal women. And it has monitoring her current conditions, not only in terms of muscle strength and mass, and at the same time measure the efficacy of the functions. And also we have this customized muscle exercise as well as aerobic exercise, and also we have motivational systems, and that comes with all together. And the first technological development is digital biomarker. Let me give you one example. What can we measure the grip, the power of grip? How can we do that? We usually buy the device, but that's not about digital biomarker. So then how you can measure the power of grip just using your smartphone? What can you do? One thing we can do is rapid tapping. Rapid tapping can mimic the power of grip consistently. So we can implement that by using the rapid trip. The second thing is the motivational factors. So he is Professor So in Yonsei Severance Hospital. He's working with us. He generously provide his face to us. So what we do is we use the technology called deep fake. So the doctor or Professor So doesn't have to come to patient's smartphone. Instead, the deep fake model, the AI model, show up on the smartphone of the patient and give some encouragement. Well, you do well, keep on working, something like that. So that's what our second thing. And the third thing, with the generosity of Professor Jocelyn John, he provides some good information and video clips about how to do the exercise for the sarcopenia patient. So we combine them together and do the first experiment, what we call the clinical studies, a few weeks ago. And we ourselves are surprised. It only took 6 weeks, and we provide very, very elementary prototype. And this is my first time to present the result because my co-worker, Justin John, is just right there. And just for the 6 weeks, as you can see that MLS, M1QIL, CSD, SRI, ISI, they are all important indicators for the menopausal woman, because they have gone through insomnia, they have gone through depression, they have gone through the bloodness and something like that. Also, what we are surprised is that the STS5, this is for the muscle strength, and the rapid tapping, that's also for muscle strength, they increase significantly just for 6 weeks without taking any medicines or without going through any medical devices. So I think this is very promising result, and I and Mr. Professor John is planning to work more to come up with more elaborate programs. And as you can see that every symptoms of menopausal woman, as well as the strength of muscle, increase in 6 weeks. So we can say that the prototype of sarcopenia treatment is very effective. So let me summarize my talk. The first, I like to say that digital transformation in health and medicine can be achieved by digital theranostics, or we say DT-NOX. But the second thing I think is more important. In our team, as well as all the other teams in digital therapeutics, there are 3 parties working together. The first party is somebody in digital technologies, like me. I am expert, my major is in human-computer interface. I'm an engineer. I do not know much about exercise. I do not know much about medicine. However, I do know how to make the system. So we need something like that, someone like that. The second person we need is somebody who has medical expertise. In our case, Professor Seo, who is in women's department, has expertise and the chief of the department. So we need his medical knowledge and experience. Also, most important is somebody in sports science. That's why I came here today. It is a very good opportunity to ride on the wave of digital transformation as a member of collaborative teams to develop digital therapeutics. And I think sarcopenia is a good starting point, but it is just a starting point. There are lots of domains and diseases that needs this kind of collaborations. And I think that's the message that I like to share with you, and thanks for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your excellent presentation, and thank you for speaking very slowly. So I think most of us understood very important topic. Now we have our second speaker. His name is Mr. Jerry Ling. Mr. Ling graduated from the University of Queensland in Australia and Ngee Polytechnic, Singapore, studying psychology and mass communication. Then Mr. Ling has worked in various international sports organizations, including the organizing committee of the IAAF World Championship in Daegu 2011 and 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic and Paralympic Bid Committee and Organizing Committee, where he worked as a deputy sports director. Currently, Mr. Ling is a senior director of planning and finance and chief of staff of World Taekwondo. Today, the title of his talk is Virtual Taekwondo as a Future Olympic Sport. Please welcome Mr. Jerry Ling. He's going to be online. Yeah. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Justin. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I just saw Professor Song Jong-Lung and Professor Kim Do-yoon and also Justin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I apologize for not being there. I have COVID, so apologies for the voice. But I like what Professor Kim Jin-woo said just now. I will try to finish my session as fast as possible so that you don't have to listen to this voice. On behalf of World Taekwondo, I would like to thank the Korean Alliance for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance for this amazing opportunity to present in commemoration of the Seoul 1988 Olympic Games. And as Justin mentioned, my name is Jerry, and I have done quite a few events. So it is really an honor for me to present to you about the future of with virtual taekwondo. But before I go into the virtual taekwondo, I would like to first touch on the history of why Seoul 1988 Olympic Games was such an important event for us. It was truly a watershed moment for the sport of taekwondo. So please hold on. So World Taekwondo was founded 49 years ago. So next year we celebrate our Golden Jubilee. And within 7 years, we were recognized by the International Olympic Committee in 1980. And bear in mind that this was 1 year before Seoul was awarded the hosting rights for the 1988 Olympic Games. And as of today, we have 212 member national associations and territories, as you can see from the breakdown below. And we are very proud to be the first international sports federation to feature a refugee team. And supporting refugees and displaced persons is one of the key missions of World Taekwondo. Now, I grew up in Singapore, and this is my personal memory of the Seoul 1988 Olympic Games. I watched the opening ceremony with my parents, and it was amazing. It was astounding to see thousands of Taekwondo practitioners and children displaying the beauty and the power of Taekwondo at the Olympic Stadium. Until now, there were two things that stuck to my mind: this demonstration and the song Hand in Hand, which to me is still the best Olympic song ever. Now, why was Seoul 1988 such an important event for us? Because that was where Taekwondo was a demonstration sport for the first time. And because of this demonstration sport, and after that in Barcelona as a demonstration sport as well, the IOC finally accepted Taekwondo as an official sport in Sydney 2000. So the date, September 4th, 1994, was when the IOC made the decision to include Taekwondo as an Olympic sport. Because of that, we have managed to do Sydney, Athens, Beijing, London, Rio, Tokyo. And coming up, we are already confirmed for Paris in 2024, Los Angeles in 2028, and possibly very strongly in Brisbane in 2032. And I chose this particular video because it features one of our council members, Jung Kook-hyun, who was one of the first gold medalists in the Seoul 1988 Olympic Games, and he is now our council member. Now, staying relevant with the topic today, why do we need, what is virtual taekwondo basically? And the first question usually people ask is, why do you even need a virtual taekwondo? And the simple answer for us is we need to stay relevant with the stakeholders and with the current generation. I say this because it is estimated that there's about 80% of the world are mobile phone users. So that's about 6.6 billion people in the world are using mobile phones. We have to stay relevant with the times. If not, we will be left behind and we will be out of not only the Olympic Games, but out of the memories of people. So the foundation for virtual taekwondo took place in July 2018 when we partnered with a Singapore company called Refract Technologies to develop an app using motion tracking sensors that they developed called Axis. Now, for the sake of time and also for the sake of my voice, I'm not going to explain about Refract, but this is the website and you can have a look at them. And for the gamers, you know that GG means good game. Within a year after we entered this partnership in May 2019, we demonstrated virtual taekwondo for the first time to the IOC president at our World Championships. The two people that you see here are our demonstration team members, a man versus a woman. And this was done in the basement room without any air conditioning. As you can see, there's a lot of wires all over the place, strappings, and we used the wall as well as projectors. So it was not really a very glam setting, but it showed to the IOC president a glimpse of what virtual taekwondo can be. Fast forward 3 years later, and we went through a global pandemic. We finally had a chance to showcase a second time to the IOC president about virtual taekwondo. And as you can see now, we no longer use projectors, but we use the LED TV screens. These, I'm not wrong, is about 75-inch. And there's no more standing sensors as well. Everything was done in a more professional and proper way. Virtual taekwondo doesn't take up too much space. It basically requires about 63 square meters, which if you want to do a comparison, is about 1/4 the size of a tennis court, or about 1/10 the size of an NBA basketball court. So, and as you can see on the picture on the right, the person sitting in the middle was the IOC president, and he was at a stopover in Singapore to watch the demonstration. And he was very impressed by what we have done, and he encouraged us to apply for virtual taekwondo to be in some IOC events, which I will cover very shortly. Now, as you saw from the previous slides, it is recommended to have 3 large TV screens, so 1 for each athlete. And then a third TV is for the audience to watch the competition. And I do need to take a break for water. Sorry about that. So if we use, and as you see from the picture on the bottom left, these are the nodes and the main hub that, well, not the main hub, the nodes that are used for virtual taekwondo. They are that small and they are attached to the body. So there's about 9 nodes that are attached to the limbs and to the back of the body. If we use other systems, probably we require about 15 to 17 nodes, but with Axis, we require only 9. And virtual taekwondo was featured in the Commonwealth Esports Championships, which just concluded 2 weeks ago. And we had a public tryout. So it was not just a showcase, but we led the public try for the first time. And I can say that it was a huge success. And I will show you very briefly some videos later. And it will be featured in the Global Esports Games this coming December. So without further ado, I would like to show you how virtual taekwondo looks like. And these are 2 professional athletes from taekwondo. This was done in Birmingham. And as you can see now, we have avatars. For the time being, these are just 2 guys, but we are making new avatars where there's taekwondo practitioners and also women, and also taekwondo setting rather than a street fight. I will pause for now and I'll let you watch what virtual taekwondo is. So every now and then there will be some breaks because the game master will feel that, okay, we need to realign people's positions, or there could be some technical glitch, or just the athletes need to have a short breather. So the person in the middle is called a game master in this case. And you can see some green color lights on their bodies, and that's because those are the notes. So virtual taekwondo is inclusive physical virtual sport because as you can see from this video on the left, men versus women, and the youth can also compete against each other. And already in Birmingham, we saw many parents fighting against their children as well. And if you see the lady on the left, behind the back, there is a green color light. That's one of the notes. Just below that, there's a belt. That belt is holding on to a Samsung phone. So the phone helps to scan the area where she is. And it's very good technology because actually one of the guys forgot to take out the phone and he went to the restroom and it actually followed him all the way there. So the technology these days is really very interesting. And you can see on the right is a non-taekwondo person, of course. And so they use a lot of hands. But it's basically, that's what virtual sport is about, physical virtual sport. It's not just for the elite athletes. It's really asking people to participate in sports, because virtual taekwondo or physical virtual sport can never replace an actual exercise. But we do our best to try to bridge the gap between virtual and reality. As I mentioned earlier, the IOC has asked taekwondo, virtual taekwondo, to be included in to apply for this inaugural Olympics Virtual Sports Festival, which will take place next year, probably in March or May in Singapore. We have submitted our application and we are waiting for the IOC to get back to us. Our ultimate goal is to be one of the first medal sport events in future Olympic Games and possibly Paralympic Games. We have heard rumors that the Los Angeles 2028 Games might be the first games to feature physical virtual sport. We keep our fingers crossed that Taekwondo will be in. For that to happen, over the next 2 years, we are putting up demonstration events, not only in Paris 2024, but also in our World Taekwondo events as well. Which is why next year's inclusion in the Singapore, the inaugural Olympic Virtual Festival is very important for us, because that's the stepping stone, so to speak, to launch our program. And that's why this whole year, we have been doing a lot of public demonstrations and showcases. Now, as I mentioned earlier, virtual taekwondo is not just for elite athletes. We are actually discussing now to use it as a training tool for the athletes, but also for technical officials like referees and judges, so that they can do the proper hand signals. We hope that this can be adopted in dojangs and clubs around the world. But also, we have been informed by the medical field that they're very interested to use not only virtual taekwondo, but the technology from Refract to use for para sport and for medical classification, and for rehabilitation for persons with a disability. A couple of years ago, we had a discussion with CISM, which is this international sports organization for people with disabilities, soldiers with disabilities. And we discussed about having joint programs together, and virtual taekwondo is one of them, because a lot of soldiers they came back from the war and they are amputees, and this is a very good system for them to get back to society. We hope that this can eventually also become a sports experience for youths. And it's interesting to see refugees there, but refugees in refugee camps cannot come out to compete, cannot come out to play sports. So rather than asking them to come up, which is a huge task, we hope to bring the equipment in and let them enjoy virtual taekwondo. And we already have one major flagship in Jordan, which is the Azraq camp, and we hope to expand to future camps. And eventually, we hope to pair it with Oculus or very similar visual equipment so that we can really have a fully immersive experience for the user. But ultimately, we hope that virtual taekwondo can be used as a home entertainment and exercise, and can be played between people from different countries. Because at the end of the day, the world is becoming smaller, more connected. And to make it more sustainable and not to travel around the world for events, why not bring the events back home and make a world a more sustainable place to live in? So that is a brief glimpse of what I think virtual taekwondo can be as a future Olympic sport. And once again, apologies for my voice and for not being there. And I wish everyone a very good day and all the best to the two-day events. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. I think your voice sounds sexier with COVID. Thank you. So now we're going to have a panel discussion. So as they set up the table, I'd like to invite two panelists and Professor Jinwoo Kim to the podium. For the sake of saving time, I'd like to introduce the first panelist. His name is Jin-sik Yoon. Mr. Yoon graduated from Yonsei University, majored in sports industry studies. Then he worked for various companies, including LG CNS as a consultant, where he provided consultancy to create e-government 3.0. 전자정부 3.0. Then he realized that he needs to study some more and went to University of Glasgow in UK for his master's degree in computer science. Then, please go ahead, sit. Yeah, so he went to University of Glasgow to study computer science for his master's degree. Then starting in 2019, he works for Samjeong KPMG as senior consultant specialized in digital transformation. Please welcome Mr. Yoon. So, Mr. Yoon, okay, you have a lot of field experience as an expert. Would you please introduce some practical examples of digital transformation, please?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes, I've been working as a consultant in the corporate management industry and have a lot of experience finding solutions for clients concerning digital transformation. Each case is different, but one thing they really want in common is that the companies are trying to gather data. The data is generally customer data, such as individual behavior sensing data, personal information, and derived information created by combining simple data. Companies are trying to gather customer data to prepare for their future business, and customers also use their products and services that are designed by analyzing the data. Here is an example. That's Xiaomi. Xiaomi is selling the Mi Band, a smart band priced between $30 and $50. Mi Band, which is relatively inexpensive compared to other smart bands. it has been popular from the beginning after its launch, and and in the second quarter of 2021, it surpassed Apple with 19.5% of market share of smartwatch. What has Xiaomi gained in the smart band market? Xiaomi's net profit from selling the device is less than 5%. However, Xiaomi is gathering behavior and health data collected from 120 million smart bands. And here's another example. In November 2019, Google acquired Fitbit, a wearable device company, for $2.1 billion. And in addition to acquiring Fitbit's smart band business, it also secured customer health data, including 82 million hours of heart rate, 79 trillion steps, 5 billion nights of sleep, and 160 billion hours of exercise records collected by Fitbit device over 10 years. Why are Xiaomi and Google trying to gather and obtain customers' health data? The reason is that the user health data is the basis for designing these companies' products and services, and also source of artificial intelligence learning for use for their future healthcare industry.
Excellent example. So these companies, they collect data so that they understand their customers better.
Yes.
And then they provide better personal services and products. Excellent. So I think the core of digital transformation is digital technology.
Yes.
But then many people use these two words interchangeably, digital technology and digital transformation.
Yes.
So what are the differences between digital transformation and digital technology?
Well, it is a very good question. As I said earlier, I'm working in the, as a consultant in the field. Every client are curious what is different between digital transformation and digitalization. First, digitalization is simply saying computerized. Digitalization is alteration in work style or method. It could change what is written initially by hand on paper to put data in spreadsheet or a slide, or calling for order food to ordering through the mobile application. However, digital transformation is not just a part of the business, but the entire industry, a whole value chain of business and method, work processes, and organizational structure and jobs, all changes. For example, let's think about blockchain. A general IT system consists of the centralized architecture configured by central server over 70 years. It is a structure that allows a client device to get information and the functions defined by the server. However, the blockchain is composed of so-called decentralized architecture that does not have any central server and operate by accumulating information on a digital ledger that distributed to all users. And there is another case. Maybe you may know that the telecommuting work, work from home via the COVID pandemic. Before the pandemic, managers could control their members face-to-face and manage their performance using the manual every year. However, during the pandemic, they are confused about managing members and evaluating their performance. It's become impossible to manage organizations and tasks in a traditional way. So, as a result, key performance indexes for employees, and standard for managing members, and even organizational structure have been changing. In other words, the changes via digital transformation are not only about some part of the structure, but also about the whole. Such changes can be seen in the sports industry too. The most appropriate example is virtual reality sports, where people participate in sports in the virtual space, such as screen golf or virtual taekwondo. New occupations to provide the virtual reality sports have been created, and if you are adequately prepared for the change, you will have more opportunity to get a job. But the more important part is this: the career created by digital transformation may not be the current type of job. The position running sports game may have to altered to the work that design the operate virtual reality sports. Or physical education student who majored in sports management may now have to prepare to manage sports in the virtual reality with a basic knowledge of IT technology. What if all sports were played in the virtual reality? What if the limitation of physical space disappeared? What if proceed from the beginning to the end of sports participate changes entirely? In sports, such changes have already begun and expected to accelerate now.
All right. Thank you so much for your insight in differentiating digital transformation and digitalization.
Yes.
So I guess digital transformation is a much bigger word and involve every aspect of business. Thank you for your answer. I'm sure I have a more question later, but now I'd like to introduce our second panelist, who is a professor, Pyeon Hyun-ung from Seongkyungwan University. Professor Pyeon graduated from Seoul National University, majored in physical education. Then he received his master and PhD degree in economics at University of Alberta, Canada, and West Virginia in USA. Then he also worked as a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Sports Management and Economics at Ruhr University, Bochum, Germany. His research and teaching area are sport economics and sport analytics. He has published various research papers in the area of economics as well as sports economics. Please welcome Professor Pyeon. So as I was preparing this symposium, I realized that him and we are from same university, University of Alberta, where it is very cold in Canada. But Professor Pyeon, we heard from Mr. Ling on virtual taekwondo. As a future Olympic sports, what is your thought on virtual sports as a future Olympic sports?
First of all, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for both speakers for the I was really impressed about the technological innovation made recently on both. And as asked, I would like to talk about the virtual taekwondo. To my best knowledge, there have been many attempts to develop virtual sports games, I think mostly using Nintendo Wii. But these attempts failed to address the real physical activity at some point from understanding. It seems that virtual taekwondo successfully touches this issue, capturing the real taekwondo move via the advanced technology. This is why virtual taekwondo is categorized as physical virtual sports. We have seen newly formed sports competition already under the name of esports. Video games. Online video games do not require physical meeting among players. Just a proper computer with the online connection is needed. There are big debates on whether esports is a sports or not, as esports does not require a high level of physical activity, physical exertion. I wonder whether virtual taekwondo is sports or not, especially for those who don't like esports. While I was impressed by this technological innovation in sports, I'm not sure whether virtual taekwondo can settle down as an elite level competition like esports did. Technology-driven innovation may change the world, but only advanced technology itself cannot guarantee the success, in my opinion. I think the one good example is metaverse. Metaverse has been discussed for several years, and everybody was talking about the metaverse. Maybe we will not have like this kind of physical meeting in the future. But metaverse is still not attached to our life yet, since only technology exists without proper context. What I mean by context can be described as a simple question: do we need this or not? The reason behind this would be that we prefer physical meeting to untagged online meeting. So therefore, either more advanced technologies so that we cannot feel the difference between the metaverse and the real world, or some special contents development, something we can only do in the metaverse, is needed for the success of the metaverse. It seems that both cannot be done in the near future. In my opinion, virtual taekwondo competition may suffer from the same problem. The Olympic Games were held even during the Corona pandemic. Of course, there are 1 year delay for the Tokyo. But which means, do we need untagged online competition? Technology is not enough reason to answer this question. Going back to esports example, esports does not mimic any traditional sports. Instead, it developed its own context. I think this generated a reason for people to play and watch esports. And esports industry, they make some success so far. However, I think that virtual taekwondo has a big potential, not as an elite level competition, but as a sports participation. I was very impressed by the combination between the technology and the martial arts. In my opinion, the most common problem for casual martial arts player or casual taekwondo player would be the fact that they don't want to hurt the other, or they don't want to get hurt by the other. Also, it is always difficult to figure out for the instructor side when a beginner is ready to be a competition. Virtual taekwondo can be a good solution in this case. Whether these are enough contextual reason or not is still questionable though. So in sum, I would like to emphasize that the success of applying technology in sports depends on not only technological innovation, but also contextual background. There have been many attempts made for digital transformation in sports. Among these attempts, I expect to see context-driven technological innovation as a successful model in the near future. I believe virtual taekwondo is one of strong candidate for the successful model.
All right. Thank you for your honest, some critiques and also some positive comment. I'm not sure if Jerry is able to participate online. Oh, there's Jerry. Okay. So I have another question for Professor Pyun, but in response to Professor Pyun's comment or opinion, Jerry, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you very much. And I do agree that with actually a lot of the comments that were made, and these are constructive criticisms that should be adopted. So number one is that virtual taekwondo can never replace actual taekwondo as a physical sport. That is a fact, and that is something which we have to acknowledge. The need, so to speak, for virtual taekwondo only accelerated because families are becoming more denuclearized, and we are starting to be more reliant on technology, and that was why we thought that there could be something to impress them to go to exercise at home and eventually bring them to an actual dojang to exercise. And I do agree also that as an elite athlete, most athletes would not prefer to have virtual taekwondo so far. But as a sport participation, yes, it's definitely something that we saw in Birmingham, and we expect to see more in the coming championships and showcases. We do want to also bring in retired athletes because a lot of retired athletes still want to be involved as ambassadors, for instance. So they can still play a very key role in encouraging physical sports, physical activity, even though they are fully recovered and retired, And obviously they cannot be at the level where they used to be, but through virtual taekwondo, they can maybe still inspire the younger generation. So these are some of the directions that we are looking at, but those are very, very constructive criticisms that we will take into consideration. Thank you.
Excellent point, Jerry. Maybe it's not to replace the real taekwondo, but then maybe complementary to the on-tech taekwondo. Maybe this virtual taekwondo be one of the options. Excellent. So I have another question for Professor Pyeon. Since digital transformation is rapidly changing sports organizations, such as IOC, as a sports economist, what is your view on digital transformation in sports and Olympic Games?
That's a very good and tough question, I guess. So from my understanding, I think so. We say that because of this digital transformation, many things have changed. So maybe we have more new jobs and we have many destroyed jobs. But this is not a new thing, I guess. There is a term made by economists, creative destruction, which explains this phenomenon. Creative destruction refers to the process of industrial mutation that continuously revolutionize the economic structure from within, in destroying the old one and instead creating the new one. So in some new industry are created and the old one are destroyed. We have seen this already. We don't have a bus attendant who get the bus token in the bus in the old days. Actually, I have never seen that. Or abacus, like counting board specialist. We don't have that anymore. Instead, we need many data scientists or app developers now. So why the concept of creative destruction is not new? So firstly, introduced in economics field in 1950s. The impact of this process depends on the speed of conversion, how fast it is. While going through the creative destruction, we have losers who keep staying in the destructive industry and the winners who successfully switch to the new industry. Of course, more losers drive inefficient market outcome and not desirable. So this is why social or government level reconstructing process such as re-educating or relocating destructive workers is needed. The academic field, like the conference today, can give some insight for individuals to determine which industry is in danger or not. It is more important for the future generation to focus on the new industries for their career as well as the economic growth or development of sports industry. Given big attention to the digital transformation and the data science like today's session, educational institutions like universities should provide more courses and programs on these topics. Advanced computing power, even using the laptop, and the better access to the big data help us to arrange these topics in the classroom. Of course, we should not take contextual background away. As I mentioned earlier, contextual background is the one important key to make success of the application of the technology. So it'll be taking it all together in the classroom will not be an easy job for the instructor side. But this would be our job to make smooth conversion to the digital transformation, especially for the future generation.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so we heard from two speakers and also two panelists how important digital transformation is. Whether we like it or not, whether we agree or not, digital transformation has already happened. And the pandemic has accelerated the process of digital transformation. So I have a question for Professor Kim. What do you think the influence of pandemic has on the speed of digital transformation in health perspective or anything that related to your field?
Well, thanks for the nice and intuitive question. I think some people told me that I'm the one who got the most benefit from the pandemic, metaphorically. What does it mean? That is, it was almost impossible to think about digital therapeutics in Korea because, as you know, the telemedicine and teletherapy has been forbidden in Korea for many years. But the pandemic has made the telemedical as a good example for the future health services. So I think that the pandemic has made digital transformation in health and medical area much faster and much broader. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. Now I'd like to open the floor. If there's any question, raise your hand, and then one of us will deliver the mic to you. 혹시 오디언스 중에서 질문이 있으시면 손 들고 질문해 주시면 감사합니다. 감사하겠습니다. 한국말로 하셔도 괜찮습니다. 그러면 영어로 통역해서 진행하겠습니다. 네, 주최 측에서 오늘 프리자이더께서 직접 질문을 해주시겠습니다. So there's mic coming over there.
Jerry Ling, I have a question for Mr. Jerry Ling. I enjoyed listening to your presentation. Maybe you mentioned this during your presentation, but as far as I understand, virtual taekwondo will be an official medal sports in 2028 LA Olympic Games. Is that correct? And if it is, then does that affect the status of the origin of taekwondo, the physical taekwondo at Olympic program?
So thank you very much. Just to clarify, it is not, virtual taekwondo is not in the Los Angeles Games yet. What I meant was the IOC, they have not decided on how virtual sports will be included into the Olympic Games, but they are looking at Los Angeles as the first games to feature the virtual sport. And we hope that virtual taekwondo will be one of them when the time comes. At the same time, you have just actually raised a very good question, because the IOC puts a cap on the number of participating athletes and the number of medals, so that it's not a stress for the organizing committee and the whole city. So if virtual sport comes in, does it impact the cap number of athletes? Is this considered to be additional number of athletes, or are they within the scope of the sports? That is still something that the IOC has not confirmed yet. So it is still a work in progress. We are still discussing with the IOC, but we hope to have some clarity within the next 2 years, because once Paris comes, we need to lock down on the number of events for the Los Angeles Games. That is something which we will discuss with the IOC. But thank you very much for the question.
Okay, I have a last question. The last question I'd like to ask in Korean, but also I'd like you to answer in Korean. 제가 마지막 질문을 한국말로 하고 또 한국말로 답변해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 세 분 중에서 편하게 답변해 주시면 되는데요. 디지털 트랜스포메이션이 사실 아직 우리가 뭔지 잘 명확하지는 않지만 되게 중요한 건 알겠습니다. 그런데 디지털 트랜스포메이션이든 아까 말씀해 주신 디지털 테라퓨틱스 또는 테라노스틱스이든 저희는 여기 지금 체육을 전공하고 있는 대학원생들이나 교수님들이나 여기 다들 계신데 이 디지털 트랜스포메이션의 시대를 준비하는 체육학도 또는 연구자로서 무엇을 지금 저희가 해야 될지 혹시 짧게 한 번씩 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 혹시 김진희 교수님께서부터 해주시겠어요?
네, 아까 저희가 말씀드렸던 슬라이드 제일 마지막 장을 혹시 기억하신다면 저는 제 이번 질문에 대한 제 답은 그 마지막 장에 있었던 걸 다시 한번 강조하고 싶습니다. 저희가 이런 디지털 치료제를 하기 위해서는 세 가지의 지식이 필요합니다. 첫 번째는 저같이 컴퓨터 만지는 사람이 필요하고요. 두 번째는 메디컬 지식을 가지고 있는 의사 또는 의료진이 필요하고, 그리고 세 번째로는 저는 이런 스포츠 과학을 하는 분들이 매우 필요하다고 생각을 합니다. 그러면은 과연 우리 스포츠 과학을 하는 분들의 입장에서 무엇을 준비해야 될까? 물론 열심히 배워가지고 컴퓨터 프로그래밍을 잘할 수 있을 수도 있고, 또는 열심히 배워서 의사 선생님들 같은 의료 지식을 갖다 쌓았을 수도 있지만, 저는 더 추천하는 거는 지금 하시고 계시는 스포츠 과학을 더 열심히 하셔서 그쪽 부분에 전문성을 쌓은 다음에 이런 다른 분야에 있는 분들과 같이 협업할 수 있는 그런 기회와 경험을 많이 가지시기를 권유드리고 싶습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 저 역시 체육을 전공을 하고, 물론 석사는 컴퓨터 사이언스를 했지만 현장에서 이제 컨설턴트로 일을 하면서 이 많은 기업들이 디지털 트랜스포메이션을 어떻게 대응을 해야 되는지에 대한 궁금증을 가장 많이 갖고 있어요. 기업들이 변화를 하면 사실 그걸 사용하는 상품과 서비스를 사용하는 고객들도 달라지거든요. 그러려면 고객들에게 어떤 걸 좀 제공을 해야 되느냐라고 했을 때 사실 그들은 쉽게 답하지 못하더라고요. 왜냐하면 지금까지 우리가 생각하는 부분들은 아까 제가 말씀드렸던 것처럼 디지털리제이션이라고 해서 그냥 오토메이션이나 자동화 이런 개념으로 생각을 하고 있고, 지금 하고 계시는 상품 사용이나 서비스 이용 같은 것들이 어떻게 하면 디지털로 전환돼서 할 수 있을까? 사실 이거는 일부분에 불과하고, 우리가 앞으로 체육을 전공한 사람이든 스포츠 산업계에 계신 분들이든 앞으로 디지털 트랜스포메이션이 된다 그러면 기본적으로 IT에 대한 기본적인 지식을 쌓으시면 IT와 지금 전공하고 계시는 그리고 몸담고 계시는 스포츠가 융합되는 그 접점에 대해서 아이디어가 많이 나오실 거라고 생각합니다. 단순히 그 한쪽 방향에만 치우쳐서 생각을 하게 되면 본인이 지금까지 몸담고 있던 부분에 한해서 그 관점 위주로 생각하기 때문에 오히려 두 가지를 평행하게 두고 어떻게 하면 정말 말도 안 되는 조합을 해보든 아니면 그런 아이디어성으로도 많은 노력을 해보시든 하신다면 그 접점에서 분명히 이 스포츠 산업에서 뭔가 뚫고 나갈 수 있는 뉴 프론티어가 있을 것으로 생각됩니다. 감사합니다.
네, 저도 앞서 말씀해 주신 분들의 의견에 거의 동감하고 융합이라는 키워드가 가장 일단 중요할 것 같습니다. 특히 이제 다양한 분야에 이제 제가 말씀드린 부분에서도 기술 하나로는 성공이 힘들고 기술과 어떤 컨텐츠나 컨텍스트가 같이 발전해야지 기술이 성공적으로 정착할 수 있다는 말씀을 드렸었는데, 그와 일맥상통하게 한 분야의 전공 분야만 가지고는 그 성공을 만들 수가 없기 때문에 여러 분야를 잘 융합할 수 있는 그런 기회를 많이 만드는 게 중요할 것 같습니다. 특히 제가 아직 경험이 많지는 않지만 학계에 있는 입장에서 최근에 많이 발전을 하고 있는 것 같은데 항상 산업 현장과 학계의 간극이 존재를 하는 것 같은데 그러한 면을 좁힐 수 있게 산업 현장과 학계가 함께 만들어 나가는 자리가 많이 이번 학회처럼 많이 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
Now I'd like to end the first session of the first day of the Congress. I'd like to invite Professor Kim Ki-han. Would you come up and close the first session?
I would like to conclude the first part, part one of today's Congress. Please give all the speakers and discussants a big round of applause. Now we will have about 10 minutes break, coffee break. So feel free to move and take a cup of coffee. And then I'll let you know when part two will start. Okay? Thank you.
졸업은 끝이 아닌 새로운 시작이죠. 내가 꿈꾸는 대학생활, 실제로는 어떨까요? 지금부터 경희로 살아보기 함께 해볼까요? 경희대 하면 떠오르는 것? 예쁜 캠퍼스. 그럼 여기서 뭐해? 학문에 대한 경희인의 탐구와 도전 정신. 들리나요? 꿈에 집중하는 소리. 글로벌 시대에 가장 필요한 건 역시 소통. 수업에서도 마찬가지죠. 획일화된 교육 시스템은 너너. 경희만의 차별화된 연계 교육 시스템으로 시너지 맥스. 이런 어메이징한 시스템과 프로그램이 인류 사회에 기여하는 창의적인 인재를 양성합니다. 결국 우리가 바라봐야 할 것은 미래니까요. 4차 산업혁명으로 세계 산업구조가 변화하는 지금 필요한 건 새로운 패러다임을 제시할 수 있는 진정한 리더죠. 시대의 흐름을 이끌고 변화에 발맞출 수 있는 추진력을 갖춘 당신을 기다립니다. 대학다운 미래대학. 무엇을 상상하든 무엇을 꿈꾸든 경희에서는 현실이 됩니다. 쉿! 또 무슨 소리 안 들려요? 맛과맛을 아는 당신? 즐기는 자가 인류다. 끝없는 노력으로 어느새 땀과 열정으로 가득 찬 당신. 그 노력에 걸맞는 경희의 클래스가 다른 서포트. 후마니타스 칼리지를 통해 인성교육도 놓치지 않을 거예요. 이왕이면 다양한 장학금 혜택도 누려보세요. 금강산도 식후경. 밥 먹고 합시다.
경희대학교 학식이에요.
배도 든든해야 공부도 잘 되겠죠. 열정이 넘치는 너. 공부만 할 거야? 생각대로 창작하고 마음껏 즐기고 에너지 가득 땀 흘리고 마음의 힐링까지. 힙한 동아리 생활로 당신은 벌써 인싸. 기숙사도 빠질 수 없죠? 글로벌 프로그램으로 캠퍼스가 곧 국제무대가 되는 경희. 학교 안에서나 밖에서나 다양한 경험을 마음껏 누려보세요.
경희대학교 축제 현장인데요.
놀 때는 확실하게, 할 일은 야무지게 하는 경희. 취업은 똑부러지게. 다양한 교내 취업 관련 프로그램 운영과 현직에 종사하는 동문과의 멘토링 운영. 취업뿐만 아니라 재학생 창업교육 및 지원까지도 경희에서 확실히 서포트할 테니까요. 정리하면 뭐? 꽃길만 걷자. 이제 진짜 경희로 살아보세요. 빛나는 미래, 동반자가 될 경희대학교.
문명 전환기. 대학은 무엇을 해야 하는가? 2009년 개교 60주년 이후 경희는 스스로 묻고 대학다운 미래대학을 향한 길을 모색해왔습니다. 그 과정은 시대 변화를 예의주시하는 한편 구성원의 목소리에 귀 기울이는 것이었습니다. 미래대학 리포트 2015에서 학생들은 대학이 달라져야 미래가 달라진다고 절규했습니다. 2017년 구성원 인식조사에서는 학술적 가치 추구가 대학의 첫 번째 책무라는 의견이 도출됐습니다. 시대가 바뀌어도 미래가 불확실해도 대학이 본령에서 벗어나지 않는다면 더 나은 미래를 열어나가는 주체가 될 것입니다. 학생들은 미래 사회를 주도하는 상상력과 창의력, 실천력을 갖추고 교수들은 석학, 대가, 거장을 추구하는 대학. 이것이 경희가 지향하는 학술 문화입니다. 이 같은 학술 문화에 힘입어 위상이 꾸준히 높아지고 있습니다. 경희는 QS 세계대학 평가에서 2007년부터 2011년 4년간 256단계 뛰어올라 가장 빠른 성장세를 보였습니다. 이후 질적 성장에 집중하며 세계대학 252권, 국내 종합사립대 4, 5위권을 유지하고 있습니다. 경희는 개인의 행복과 지구적 자원의 지속 가능성이 조화를 이루는 미래 사회를 위해 교육 혁신에 나섰습니다. 학생의 사회 진출을 전반위에서 지원하는 미래 혁신원을 출범하고 후마니타스 칼리지는 교양과 전공, 학습과 실천의 연계 협력을 강화하고 있습니다. 경희공학은 대형 국책 사업에 잇따라 선정돼 융합형 특성화 교육을 더욱 강화하고 있습니다. 경희가 교육에서 학습으로, 학습에서 실천으로 패러다임을 바꿔나가고 있습니다. 국내외 대학 평가에서 경희의 논문당 피인용수 순위가 상승 곡선을 그리고 있습니다. 피인용은 연구의 질적 수준을 반영합니다. 구성원 개개인의 연구 역량 역시 세계적으로 인정받고 있습니다. 2017년 세계에서 가장 영향력 있는 연구자의 3명의 교수가 선정됐습니다. 연구의 질적 성장에 힘입어 세계적으로 인정받는 학과 수도 늘어나고 있습니다. 경희의 연구 역량은 2017년 말 공표한 학술진흥펀드와 전환 21을 기반으로 더욱 강화될 것으로 기대됩니다. 의과대학에서 한의과대학에 이르는 종합의학계열과 경희의료원 및 강동 경희대병원이 내실을 강화하는 한편 시설 재정비를 통해 제도약에 나섰습니다. 의학계열 단과대학은 해당 교육평가원에서 인증을 획득했고 의료기관 역시 보건복지부 인증을 획득해 의학교육과 의료서비스의 우수성을 인정받았습니다. 2018년 하반기에는 인간에 대한 근원적 성찰을 바탕으로 암으로 무너진 개인의 인간다움을 회복시키는 후마니타스 암병원이 개원합니다. 암병원과 함께 바이오 헬스 클러스터가 활성화되면 경희의 의과학 역량이 세계 수준으로 도약할 것입니다. 경희는 탁월한 학술 성취가 개인을 넘어 국가와 사회, 세계로 이어지는 실천적 노력을 기울여왔습니다. 후마니타스 칼리지와 지구사회봉사단을 설립한 것도 이 때문입니다. 양 기관을 통해 인간과 세계에 대한 이해가 세계 시민의식으로 이어지고 나아가 지구적 난제 해결에 기여할 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다. 또한 매년 9월 UN 세계평화의 날 제정을 기념하는 피스바 페스티벌을 통해 국제기구, 세계적 싱크탱크와 함께 지속가능한 삶의 터전을 만들어내기 위한 노력을 지구적 차원으로 확대하고 있습니다. 경희는 최근 캠퍼스 종합개발 사업 스페이스 21 1단계 공사를 완공하고 글로벌 관산학 연계협력 사업 블루플래닛 21을 추진하고 있습니다. 학문과 평화의 전통과 대학다운 미래대학의 비전을 담아내는 인프라를 구축하는 동시에 서울과 국제캠퍼스, 충남 금산부지, 바이오 헬스 미래과학 클러스터 등을 아우르는 글로벌 연계협력 청사진을 그렸습니다. 그동안 쌓아온 학술적 탁월성 위에 세계 명문으로 도약하고 그 성취를 실천으로 연결해 지속가능한 미래사회 건설에 기여하고자 합니다. (6.25) 전쟁이 끝난 직후인 1954년 경희는 4년제 대학으로 승격했습니다. 초대 학장에 취임한 설립자 미원 조영식 박사는 경희의 미래를 향한 포부를 이렇게 다졌습니다.
우리가 상대해야 할 것은 한국의 어느 대학보다도 서양적이어 세계적으로 내려와서 불필요한 교대학과 경쟁을 시작하려 한다. 그러기 위해서는 우리처럼 진양하고 국가 경제를 유지해서 모든 점이 약한 이러한 환경에 있는 사람으로서는 그 사람들을 위해서 절대 천대의 노력과 정성을 갖추지 않아가지고는 안 될 수 생각합니다.
세계 제1대학을 만들겠다는 조영식 박사의 학장 취임 연설은 이후 하나하나 실현돼 왔습니다. 1961년 유치원에서 대학원에 이르는 일반 교육 체제를 확립하고 경희 학원을 설립했습니다. 쓰러져가던 한의학을 되살린 데 이어 경희 의료원을 개원하고 세계 유일의 종합적인 의과학 체계를 수립했습니다. 1980년대 들어 국제 캠퍼스와 광릉 캠퍼스로 확장되면서 경희는 인문학, 사회과학, 기초과학, 응용과학, 공학, 의학, 예술, 체육을 아우르는 국내 굴지의 대학으로 성장했습니다. 경희는 사회공헌에서도 선도적 역할을 수행해왔습니다. 농촌 계몽운동, 잘살기 운동에 이어 고등교육을 인류 평화와 결합했습니다. 1965년 세계대학 총장회 결성을 주도했으며 1981년에는 유엔의 세계 평화의 날을 제정하도록 촉구했습니다. 1999년에는 세계 NGO 대회를 열어 시민사회의 지구적 역할을 천명했습니다. 2009년 개교 60주년을 맞아 세계시민포럼과 세계시민청년포럼을 창립했습니다. 2011년에는 세계평화의 날 제정 30주년을 기념하는 국제회의를 유엔 산하기관인 유엔 아카데믹 임팩트와 함께 개최했습니다. 2015년에는 영국 옥스퍼드대에서 세계대학 총장회 창립 50주년 기념식을 공동 개최했습니다. 이제 그간의 성취를 기반으로 또 다른 웅비를 준비할 때입니다. 경희는 문명사적 대전환을 예의주시하면서 개교 70주년을 새로운 전환점으로 삼아 지속가능한 지구 공동사회를 선도하는 대학다운 미래대학으로 나아갑니다. 경희의 오랜 전통이자 비전인 학문과 평화의 양날개가 웅비의 원천입니다.
네, 장내에 계신 우리 참석자분들께서는 자리로 이동해 주시고 곧 2부 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. All guests, please be seated.
졸업은 끝이
Let me
아닌
begin
새로운 시작이죠.
part 2 of today's Congress.
내가 꿈꾸는 대학생활.
Let me
실제로는
introduce
어떨까요?
Chair of Part 2, Dr.
지금부터
Park Chae-hee.
경희로 살아보기.
She's a
함께
professor
해볼까요?
of the Department of Sport and Healthy Aging of Korea National Sports University. Please welcome Professor Park with a big round of applause. And let me take this stage over to Professor Park.
Good afternoon. We would like to start second part of the Congress, and my name is Chae-hee Park. I'm the Korea National Sport University, and just like first session, in second session we have great 3 speakers and 2 panels. And first speaker and second speaker will be on online, and third speaker and panels will be in offline. So the first speaker, Dr. Lee Hyun-chul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Oh, just
Okay,
give me a
good.
sec. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see you and I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Great.
Before first our speaker, let me introduce Dr. Hyun-chul Lee. Hyun-chul Lee is currently the Vice President and Head of the Artificial Intelligence Lab at the LG Electronic, Seoul, Korea. He was previously a Director of Engineering in Amazon working on ML software of ACR for Alexa. From 2017 to 2020, he was Corporate VP of Engineering for the Visual Display Division of Samsung Electronics, leading several AI and data projects at the intersection of IoT, device experience, and media consumption. And when you have handout, there's page 18. He has more information about him, and because of time limited, we will welcome Dr. Lee for his presentation. And his presentation title is When AI Meets Digital Health and Biometrics. Please give him a big hand for his presentation.
Hi everyone. So my name is Hyun-chul, but I normally go by my middle name, Chul. And I like to say that this is really a big honor for me, being able to be part of the event and also being able to speak to the community. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Korea right now because I'm in the States. But hopefully next time, I'll be more than happy to be in Korea in person and then being able to give this talk. So today I'm basically want to talk about how AI is disrupting digital health and then biometrics in general. And then hopefully you can enjoy my talk. So moving on. Oops, I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay, so this is a brief overview of my talk today. So basically I'm going to talk about 4 topics. So the first one is a megatrend. And the second one is AI sensors and healthcare. Third one is how AI is impacting the next generation X-ray technology. And finally, I'm going to finish my talk with some remarks. So let me kick off with the overall megatrend, right? I was actually happy that the previous panel was discussing some big changes that are happening in society. And then I also think that this is very true, right? Meaning like we all know that COVID is actually accelerating and bringing a big changes in society and economy. But the question is, okay, what does it mean, right? So at a very high level, we get that. So we know that there are a lot of changes in society. But I think for the sake of this community, I like to be a little bit more precise and then more prescriptive somehow. So why there are many big and accelerated changes in society in terms of those that are relevant for this community, I think I would say that there are basically three big trends that we should pay more attention to. So the first one is a transition to virtual and online. I think this is something that everyone is very well aware of. And then second one is, this is a new trend that I call as a preventive healthcare, which is all about people are trying to be more aware and sensitive to healthcare issues and then diseases and so on. Because they want to prevent any possible health issues or risk factors as much as can, as we know. And COVID is, again, like a good example, because I want to prevent COVID, right, as much as you can through vaccination as a classic example. And then third one is this whole notion of healthcare becoming way more self-centric, right? I think this is incredibly interesting. Because prior to COVID, I think people didn't care that much about like self-care in healthcare, even though a lot of healthcare experts were talking about it. But yet, I think that was not really a true reality. But because of COVID, I think this actually change was truly happening in society. Also, from the health market potential perspective, I would say and actually this is a data that is back to 2018, right? So a lot of people were projecting that, okay, by 2025, at the global scale, we're going to have something like $500 billion like a market cap or market potential of different healthcare sectors. But now some experts are saying actually this number is not true anymore, and this number is now way bigger because of COVID situation and then different trends that I was talking about before. And then, so the health market can potentially reach to 1 trillion now, right? So because of COVID, and then if this speed or these megatrends continue, then eventually by 2025, the health care market or digital health market will continue to be 1 trillion, which is quite impressive. Moving on, as we are talking about digital transformation in healthcare quite a bit, also like I was mentioning that the digital transformation is becoming way more preventive and personalized. So there are certain application areas in healthcare that are becoming more important as a consequence, right? So those are like the following. The first one is a patient-focused system, and then some people call this as a POC, which is a kind of point of care. And the second one is the disease prediction, or I better say, patient or health condition prediction and diagnosis. Again, which is highly related to preventive and personalized healthcare. And basically, we're talking about the emergence of self-disease predictions as opposed to clinical medical disease prediction, right? And then the best example here is a self-diagnosis toolkit that I was actually talking about. And COVID is a good example. And then obviously, like who imagined before COVID that we'll be testing COVID at home all the time, right? But now this has became almost a habit or like ordinary life thing, right? So which is an incredible change. And then lastly, the prediction of therapy outcomes, I think, is becoming quite important. And then these are really like some interesting applications of the digital transformation that's happening in healthcare as of now. So CES this year was not exception because I'm an IT guy, and then we as a IT community, we tend to move really fast when there's a big change in society, and therefore the IT community, which is well represented at CES, actually reacted to this new trend very quickly. So this means that there are multiple startups that are bringing the next generation services and technologies for preventive, personalized, and self-centric digital healthcare experiences. And then one thing that we were able to see across all these startups was this common theme that all these companies were doing big data, AI, software, and hardware platforms for this type of services offerings. So this is basically the theme, the overall theme that I want to talk about for the rest of my talk. And then hopefully I can provide some glimpse and some sense of some interesting AI applications that we are working at LG, and also some of the trends that I'm seeing in the market. So in summary, AI is a very, very important driver of any type of digital health transformation. And what I mean by that is, in order to truly really bring in the next generation digital healthcare or health transformation, you need AI. So, and then that means in order to really do this, you need three ingredients, and those are sensors, data, and AI, right? So I think maybe sensors or biometrics is not something that a lot of people are not fully aware of, but I think this is a super important component of the next generation digital health transformation, and therefore I want to touch upon on this topic later during my talk. So one interesting recent phenomenon that we are observing with AI in general, though, is that the need to have a small but high quality data as the innovation speed with using small data for AI has been really accelerating as well. So even though I mentioned big data here, I'm not necessarily talking about big data as a massive amount of data anymore, because AI community has advanced so much that now you need a small data, but high quality data, and that's more than enough, right? And then there's so many techniques that are being advanced, and then we as an AI community, we are moving towards that. And then at LG, for instance, we are basically working on all aspects of the full stack for this problem. So, and therefore, as example, the sensing technology group is part of the my AI lab, which is quite interesting. So, why the next generation digital health using AI is highly promising and exciting? There are still many challenges, right? Because, for instance, the government policies and a lot of regulations are becoming harder to be aligned. Why consumer view on data is making the overall progress with personalized digital health difficult, and hence this is definitely something that we have to overcome. On the technical side, I would say that the AI community is not paying enough attention to health or digital health problems yet, simply because AI community is too busy right now. Tackling some fundamental AI problems, and therefore in terms of applying AI to other sectors or industries, even though we say, yes, we are working on those, but I don't feel we are really spending enough time on those areas. So therefore, I would say that multidisciplinary approach here is always absolutely necessary, but at the same time hard, which is something I'm going to talk later on. So, as I mentioned before, I like to talk about the AI sensors and healthcare a little bit, and then more specifically, I like to talk about some recent interesting changes that I'm seeing with the biosensors. So biosensors is a well-known concept, and then people have worked on biometrics and biosensors for many decades, right? Normally biosensors employ a simple regression model to calculate the composition or the extract based on the biosensor signals coming from different bioreceptors. Now one kind of trend that is really fascinating is the fact that there's the emergence of bioreceptor-free biosensors. So what I mean by that is, so you don't need like bioreceptors anymore. Now, like the receptors are becoming way more like optical and then electrical, and hence like you don't need bioreceptors, and those biosensors have many benefits and advantages. And then this is actually quite an interesting phenomenon that we are observing in the market. And then, so this means like, the detection of molecules or specific properties of, label compounds that are fabricated in sensors require a lot of AI, right? Because without the AI technologies, then you can really interpret a lot of signals or process signals that are coming into the sensors, and therefore, like this change is driving the next generation AI innovation in biosensors. So the kind of the ultimate holistic biosensors that a lot of companies are trying to develop is AI-based, non-bioreceptor-based biosensor, which is non-invasive, and which is going to be based on optical, electrochemical, and then thermoelectrical, while relying, on AI. And using this, we want to make sure that the biosensor experience is actually self-centric as well as preventive, right? Which is really, reflection of the mega trends I was talking about, right? And then I think one really good example of such trend with the biosensors is e-nose and then e-tongues, which are really trying to replicate the biological nose and then tongues as much as can. You're using some electrical approaches, right? And then at LG, as example, we are putting some significant effort to develop the cutting edge, e-nose and e-tongues, and which can have potentially some interesting applications for home appliances to start with. But we think that potential of e-nose and the e-tongues is really huge. And so, when somebody wants to apply AI, and then, one might say that, applying AI is straightforward, but the matter of fact is it's not very straightforward. And then here, here's one very simple example of even a simple kind of data fusion could be, really, complicated, because, you can really fuse the data first, and after that you do modeling, and then you can really extract features first, and then do fusion, and then do modeling. And then also you can do modeling directly and then get results, and you can do fusion. And then this is type of data fusion is highly critical for biosensors, because when you have multiple signals and then multiple features and then even multiple devices sometimes, then this type of feature, this type of fusion is super critical. And then how to do that makes a huge impact on the ultimate outcome of the biosensing. So the other interesting kind of also, quite disruptive trend that we are seeing in the market is these, this glucose, sweet sensors. Because if you look at this biosensor product for the past, few decades, it has been very kind of, biocentric. But now, as I said before, this is actually this type of, a biosensor is becoming, way more electrical. And as a consequence, is becoming way more AI driven, right? So the ultimate goal here is we want to create a truly self-usable and personalized, glucose sweet sensor technology that is invasive, which is very important, because, if it's not invasive, then it's not really self-usable. So many experts believe that there are some interesting problems that need to be tackled here, and then some of those are really how to correctly detect fluid, and then teach status signals using various hardware and then software tech based on electrochemical, electromechanical, and optical sensors. And once all these signals are well collected, then how to use AI once again becomes very important, because the overall performance AI is going to address the issue of LOD, the limit of detection, also specificity, and then stability and so on, right? So AI is going to actually play a critical role here. So now more examples of how AI is disrupting biosensors very quickly. So in this example, I'm just describing how lens-free imaging may be used to detect aggregation of particles caused by bioreceptor analyte intersection to classify pollen and then spores. As with many systems like this, right? And the CNN is being used here. Based on our experience at LG, using such techniques based on CNN type models, we are able to obtain 95% of accuracy. But the interesting thing here is that the market requires basically 100% accuracy. So I think this is also like one thing that is unique of biosensing market and then technology in general, because it requires like 100% bar basically, whereas in other areas of AI applications, it does not require 100% accuracy all the time, but in this case it requires 100%. So therefore also like going back to my comment about the AI community sometimes is not willing to really solve this type of problems is because of this, right? Because the bar is really high, and therefore like doing AI research in these fields is extremely difficult, and also requiring a lot of policy regulations and things like that. The other interesting case study is how AI can bring a significant level of efficiency gain to traditional colorimetry. So here is the example is the colorimetric biosensors do not require AI due to their simplicity for readout. However, when you want to really have the array of bioreceptor-free colorimetric sensors now, and then they require classification in a very similar way as eNOS and eNTOF. So that means like the image analysis is required, and then by doing that, the standard staining procedure can be bypassed, right? So, and then as part of the clinical pathology, and that means really like AI in this case is actually playing an efficiency game as opposed to accuracy game, which is quite interesting. The other example is really the spectroscopy application. So the recent advances with surface enhanced spectroscopy, which is called SARS, without really going details of what that is. So basically, you're really like throwing some laser arrays to the material, and then you get some signals, and based on that, you can really do sensing. And for that, you need AI as well. Here, one example is that if you want to create a kind of eNOS, which can detect a breath of the some material, then because of the complexity of signals you're getting, then you need like the fusion type of AI algorithms, which are quite complicated to really process data and then to really understand what these days data are, and then as a consequence they require AI. So moving on. I also like to talk about the some interesting trends that we're seeing with the next generation X-ray. And then some people might wonder, hey, how come how is X-ray related to AI? And then this is why this is quite interesting. So many companies are working on the kind of next generation 3D digital X-ray, and then 3D digital X-ray has many benefits over traditional 2D X-ray technology, because it minimizes radiation exposure to a small fraction, and therefore is faster and is more accurate, and then is 3D. So obviously, when people take X-rays, they get scared, right? Because they say, what, I don't want to get exposed to X-rays because of radiation. But with the 3D digital X-ray, now the exposure is less. And then at the same time, as you can see in this image, now you can really see 3D images of the X-ray. And then that's really awesome. So therefore, there are a lot of companies which are working on this. and then including Siemens, GE, and their startups like NanoX and Adaptive X and so on. And also like LG, we are working on this type of technology, and then we're working on kind of the first type of technology development, which is like using fixed X-ray system, and then without really going into details of how it works. Basically, this is really like trying to extend the existing fixed X-ray system, and then we are trying to make it 3D. And after the X-ray snapshots were collected, you want to use like the 3D image reconstruction technology via AI to really recover that. Okay, so this is where like for instance the reconstruction requires AI, right? So here's another like a more clear example of how 3D X-ray could be useful, because here you can see, like as opposed to traditional X-ray, you can really visualize different layers of organs and body parts. And so therefore, if you're a doctor, then you can really see multiple layers of the body as opposed to just one 2D shot. And then therefore, like, if you have some symptoms or some, issues with your organs, then the doctor can detect those issues very quickly, right? So some of the organs from the respiratory system that were not fully visible via traditional X-ray now are visible through the 3D X-rays. Therefore, like, this is really, way better than, 2D X-ray. So, in order to solve, or in order to really truly build the 3D digital X-ray system, AI needs to be combined with the hardware. So the way that digital X-ray works is that, so the design of the pulse systems driven by tube arrays, and then ultra speed dynamic detectors, and then advanced sense technology. This is kind of a little bit kind of classical and traditional or mechanical thing for X-ray. The true differentiator here is a software side, and then the true differential side of software is really AI, because through AI, the digital 3D X-ray needs to solve classical vision problems like the 3D image aggregation and enhancement, which I mentioned before. And then, because of the obtained quality of the images, sometimes is not as great as we like to be. So therefore, like, the image quality needs to be enhanced. And then sometimes you need to really segment images to really better understand, what's going on. And then here's one example of how the 3D reconstruction and aggregation works. You take a full set of image snapshots, and then those snapshots are later aggregated for full X-ray image reconstruction. And when these images are constructed, then various problems of quality control and alignment occur, and therefore, like, AI needs to apply here. And people have really, put a lot of effort to really, solve this problem. And this is really the critical, component of the 3D digital X-ray. Without this technology, the product cannot be, ready out there, and therefore, like, the general consumer has not seen the product yet, because this product does not exist in the market in the way that should be. And then, the other reason why the 3D digital X-ray is interesting is that because it also opens up doors for next generation applications of X-ray, which was not possible before, right? So one example is really the segmentation by AI. So meaning, like, people now through the image analysis, doctors can segment and then, diagnose different symptoms better. And then therefore, like, the accuracy or the assessment of digital X-ray is way better than before. And then for that purpose, different, items like a scan is being used, but it requires more research. And also now using this 3D X-ray digital system, we believe that the preventive healthcare can be advanced, further, because, and here's one example of that. Obviously, like, probably you have, seen this type of picture or news in the public news media where, people are talking about, oh, COVID detection now can be done, via AI. So basically what they're talking about is really taking a 2D, X-ray and then being able to detect COVID. But there are some studies that are indicating once that you actually take 3D X-rays, then the accuracy of the COVID detection is, way better. So this means that once that we have, 3D digital X-rays in the market, then the preventive healthcare and then self-diagnosis, market will open up, right? So this is why, like, it's really worth to take attention to this, trend. And then finally, this is actually, one application that probably you have never heard about before, but which is very interesting in my opinion, is that eventually, we believe that through the combination of AI and then the digital 3D X-ray system, the explainable AI could be possible. So that means we'll still need, doctors and radiologists and everything. Yet, for some simple cases, probably AI can easily explain what's going on. And then I'm pretty sure, like, some of you guys, experience the fact that doctors explain to you like your condition with X-ray, and then you don't really know what doctor is really talking about. So, but you have a lot of questions, but you don't have time, so you just move on, right? But now we think that with the explainable AI, now the patient can really interact and ask questions about X-ray, and then really get answers about symptoms that the person might have. So therefore, like, we think that this potential application of how AI could be combined with digital X-ray is really fascinating. So in conclusion, I would say that new era is coming, but at the same time, we are not there yet. And then in the case of, for instance, oncology, it requires a lot of research in terms of both, AI and biotech. And we think that we have to collaborate together to make, progresses. And then that means, like, starting from, patient data management, next generation sequencing, and then pathology, discovery, precision oncology. And at the same time, like, AI needs to advance. So without that kind of collaboration, we don't think that, like, the true digital transformation can happen here. And then, continue talking about collaboration. We think that the multidisciplinary approaches are the key here. And then we need to work with your radiologist, pharmacist, clinical laboratories, patient, doctor, and then, medical research and nurses, and then, in so many different, areas. And then AI can be a connector, which can really unify and then drive and make connections to different, aspects of healthcare. So the way that we do LG, and then therefore, because of we understand the importance of multidisciplinary and then collaboration, that's why, like, we have established the LG Science Park, and which is one of the largest R&D clusters in Korea, and then which was created in 2017. And then currently we have 22,000 researchers, engineers, and then that consists of 8 different groups of LG. And then we think that this is really like a critical kind of platform that we can leverage in order to really create this kind of multidisciplinary kind of environment, which is super important for this type of digital healthcare transformation, right? So that means, like, we have to work on materials, components, devices, process, services, and so on. And obviously, like, we eventually want to collaborate and then create some kind of medical arm as well, so that we can really do more of healthcare innovation in the future. Okay, thank you so much, and then that's it.
Please give him a big hand, and thank you so much, Dr. Lee. And I believe your time is over midnight, isn't it?
It is midnight, yeah.
even though he's at midnight and he gave us more than 25 minutes of enthusiastic lecture. And somehow the first session of Dr. Kim's presentation and Dr. Lee's presentation is somehow very well connected. So you must be really learn about how the digital transformation can impact in our lives in the future. And I am sorry to ask you, but can you stay in until our discussion session?
Yeah.
Thank you very
absolutely.
much for
Yeah.
your good presentation. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, next, our speaker also be on online, and Stephen Turan, Dr. Turan, and he's from Ireland, and I believe he's in online, but we will see his presentation from the video. And before we started his presentation, I will give him I will give you a brief bio of Dr. Turan. He is a part of the Irish Concussion Research Group investigating the biomechanics and treatment of concussion. Stephen has been a lecturer at the Technological University Dublin since 2000. He has specializing in bioengineering design and simulation. Stephen holds a master's degree in factory automation and a PhD in the head impact analysis. Prior to his academic career, Stephen worked in the research and development in the Irish industry and British aerospace in the United Kingdom. Please give him a big hands with his presentation.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Stephen Tiernan and I'm from the Technological University of Dublin. I would very much have enjoyed going to Korea to give this presentation, but unfortunately due to other commitments, I haven't been able to make it. I'm going to speak this morning about engineering and medical technology used in the measurement and analysis of head impacts in sport. One of the collaborators in this project was Dr. David O'Sullivan from Busan National University. Why do we study head impacts in sport? Head impacts cause linear motion of the brain within the skull, leading to high pressures and contusion or bruising on the front, then a counter coup injury on the rear of the brain. Rotational accelerations also lead to the shearing of veins and axons within the brain. It is thought that the brain is far more vulnerable to rotational accelerations than linear acceleration. How do we diagnose a head injury? Well, clinical CT and MRI scans usually are only appropriate in the case of a serious brain injury, such as a brain bleed. If there's no loss of consciousness, we must rely on subjective pitch side tests such as the SCAT test or self-reporting, only approximately 50% reliable. It's much easier to speak about what we don't know in regard to concussion than what we do know. We don't really understand exactly what a concussion is, where within the brain the injury is, how to diagnose it. We have no biomarkers which we can use to identify when there's been an injury and when there hasn't. How to treat it. At the moment, people are simply given the advice of rest and reduce screen time. We don't really know when the injury has fully healed. We just can only determine this by a lack of symptoms. We also don't understand why people's thresholds differ. There's a number of theories, but we don't really understand why one person can withstand, say, 100 G acceleration, whereas another person can't. Also, what about cumulative subconcussive effects? What about if somebody is receiving a large number of head impacts which aren't causing an injury? Is there a long-term effect? Does this leave them more vulnerable? And again, second impact syndrome. When somebody has a head impact, why are they more susceptible to a second injury in a short space of time? And finally, and most worryingly, what are the long-term effects of repeated concussions? I'll talk more about that later. My definition and use of the word concussion is equivalent to a mild traumatic brain injury. And I think if we called concussions a mild traumatic brain injury, people would have a different attitude to them. How do we investigate head impacts? Well, in vivo, we need sensors which we can attach to people's heads. Obviously, there's ethical questions that have to be addressed when doing this and collecting data. In vitro, using cadavers is expensive and difficult, and obviously a cadaver head may not be the same as a live head. And finally, simulation. Simulation has a unique role here because it allows us to do things that we can't do otherwise in human testing. But of course, things such as validation of the model and how we're applying boundary conditions become critical. An example of some in vivo testing was performed by John Strapp in 1954, where he tested himself on a sled through high accelerations and deaccelerations. Nowadays, this sort of testing wouldn't be performed. As I said, there are long-term effects of repeated head impacts. The most data available on the long-term effects are from US football, as this has been studied for a long time. And it's been found that a US football player who plays for 4 years in high school and 4 years in college could sustain up to 8,000 head impacts. And since 1945, 497 US footballers have died, with 69% of these from brain injuries. Players with a history of previous concussions are 3 times more likely to suffer from a concussion. Learning and memory are temporarily affected by subconcussive impacts. 80% of brains in a retired footballer's pathological evidence of CTE in a study carried out by the Boston Brain Bank. And here we see some of the images from the Boston Brain Bank of, on the left-hand side, a healthy brain, and on the right-hand side, NFL player who suffered from CTE. CTE can only be diagnosed in a post-mortem. There is no medical way of assessing this in a living person. Here we can see that the corpus callosum joining the left and right lobes of the brain is greatly reduced. The severity of head impacts depends on the magnitude of linear acceleration and angular acceleration, but also the duration of the impact. Short impacts, such as car accidents, have very short duration and high acceleration, whereas sports impacts have much longer duration but lower acceleration. And it's these types of sports impacts that we wish to investigate. Our project with our partners involves measuring the linear and rotational head accelerations during an impact, applying these head accelerations to a head model, and analysing the stresses and strains then within the brain. Alongside our model is a medical investigation which involves sideline diagnosis and performing a contrast-enhanced MRI scan to examine the brain before the event and after the event. We then compare our results with those of the medical group. The first step in this project was to investigate sensors to find a suitable sensor for measuring head accelerations. We investigated 3 different sensors. To do this, we built a dot test rig with a hybrid 3 head and fitted that head with the X-Patch, which is a stick-on sensor which can be seen up on the top right of the diagram, and also SIM-G, which is a headband sensor. The X-Patch samples at 1000 Hertz, and our reference sensors sampled at 10,000 Hertz and were filtered at 300 Hertz. We impacted the head in 4 locations, front, left and right, and repeated each drop test 10 times. The SIM-G sensor didn't perform very well. We found that there was movement of the sensor relative to the head. And as we can see, this was particularly troublesome at accelerations over approximately 60 G. And we can see that the accuracy as measured by R squared was particularly poor in left and right hand impacts. Angular acceleration was poor in all impact directions. Thus we deemed it wasn't a suitable sensor for our project. We moved on to the X patch and fitted this to the left and right hand side of the Hybrid 3 head and found that this sensor did perform better as there was less movement of the sensor relative to the head. Although it was quite good for linear acceleration, we found the accuracy not very good for angular acceleration, particularly again in side impacts. The final sensor that we decided to use was a mouthguard sensor developed by Stanford University. This is dental molded and manufactured by Opro in London and samples linear acceleration at 1000 Hz and angular velocity at 8000 Hz. Angular acceleration is then determined by differentiated angular velocity. We recorded 50 milliseconds pre-event and 150 milliseconds post-event. Data was transferred using Bluetooth. The maximum normalized root mean error of this sensor is approximately 10% for both angular and linear acceleration. The medical examination included contrast-enhanced MRI scans, as normal MRI scan wouldn't show any change. A contrast agent was used, gadolinium, and was injected into the subject prior to the MRI scan. All scans were carried out on a 3T Philips scanner and included T1 and T2 weighted scans. There was also control groups of athletes in a non-contact sport and also non-athletes. The hypothesis was that blood travelled from the blood vessels into the nervous system, and this causes concussion and head injury. So the investigation was to measure the amount of dysfunction of the blood-brain barrier that allowed the blood to travel from the blood vessels into the nervous system. This breakdown in permeability was measured in each brain voxel and was aligned with the FEA strains from a finite element model. In addition, a blood plasma analysis was conducted. This was with a group of secondary school rugby players, but there was only found to be a weak correlation between S100B levels and head impact, and it was not thought that this could be used as a biomarker for concussion. Our project decided to use MMA for the study. MMA is ideal for the study of head impacts, as there is a large number of impacts. They occur in a confined space, which makes it suitable for video recording, and there's only one or two athletes wearing the instrumented mouth guard, so it makes it easy to track and align the data with the video. We recruited 23 fighters and provided them with both instrumented and dummy mouth guards. The dummy mouth guards were worn during training so that the fighters could get used to wearing the mouth guards. There were also pre-MRI scans conducted using gadolinium, as discussed earlier. Here's an example of some of the mouth guards that we used. As I say, they were developed by David Camarello at Stanford University, and we then used those accelerations to perform simulations. There were 4 steps in our data analysis. The first step was to record all head impacts above 10G. 200 milliseconds of data was recorded for each impact. That led to 200 linear acceleration points and 16,000 angular acceleration data points. The second step was to video the event from multiple angles and align that video with the mouthguard data using timestamping. Thus, each impact was confirmed, both its time and its direction. MATLAB was then used for post-processing the data, filtering it, scaling it to engineering units, calculating angular acceleration from the angular velocity, and transforming to the centre of gravity of the head. Also, kinematic criteria such as hip head impact power and brick brain injury criteria were calculated, including an FFT analysis which helped determine valid head impacts. The data was then exported to to apply to the GHBMC head model. I'll speak about that more in a minute. And impacts with the highest angular acceleration were simulated, and 50 milliseconds was chosen to simulate. 5 milliseconds pre-trigger and 45 milliseconds post-trigger. The simulations were run on LS-DYNA. 36 cores were used on Amazon Cloud Computing and 144 gigabytes of RAM. The runtime was approximately 3.5 hours. Here's an example of data collected by Stanford University in American football using the same type of mouthguard, and one collected by us in MMA. Here's the American football impact. If we watch this player here, you can see he's about to be struck, and he falls to the ground and loses consciousness for approximately 1.5 minutes. Now we compare that to the MMA impacts. So I'm showing two impacts here. This first one, and here's the second one. If we look at the data collected during those two impacts, we can see that the American football impact is of a much longer duration. This is the linear acceleration, and here's the linear acceleration for the second impact that we saw in MMA. It's a much shorter duration, approximately the same peak. The longer duration in American football is thought to be due to the padding worn by the players both in the helmet and on the shoulders. Again, we can see the angular acceleration is quite a bit higher in the American football one, over 10,000 rads per second squared, and in the resultant in the MMA one is approximately 6,000. So the American football impact is quite a bit more severe, both due to the duration and due to the magnitude of angular acceleration. Now here's a summary of our findings. We recorded 153 impacts during competitive events and 298 during training sessions. All of these head impacts were video confirmed. We recorded 20 impacts greater than 100 G. And to put that in perspective, Hellman had set the criteria for US football at 98 G. We also recorded 17 impacts with an angular acceleration greater than 6,000 rads per second squared. Of all the impacts that we recorded, 5 resulted in concussions. These were diagnosed by a medical doctor at the ringside. The concussive cases had linear acceleration of 86.7 G, which was 21% lower than US football, but had a higher angular acceleration, 37.5% higher than US football. All of the concussions resulted from impacts to the side of the head. This led to rotation around the x-axis. HIP, head impact power, HIC, head impact criteria, and BRIC were found not to be good indicators of concussion in MMA. The impact frequency was far higher, nearly 4 times higher than US football. This is due to the sharp impacts that occur where there's very little padding. Now this study was important in establishing the human tolerance to sharp impacts, as for example, 8 impacts over 6,000 rads per second squared didn't cause an injury. As said, we used a finite element model. We used a model developed by the Global Human Body Model Consortium Group, which is made up of automotive manufacturers. The FEA model is based on the 50th percentile male, and the brain and head part of the model was developed by Wayne State University. It consists of 247,000 elements and 71 parts. That's just the head and neck part. Validation was conducted by Wayne State University by comparing with cadaver studies performed by Nahum and Trosselli, and also Hardy's cadaver studies. David Camarello and the Stanford group had conducted a study which was published to determine which criteria was the best indicator of head injury. They examined translational only acceleration criteria, rotation criteria, 6 degrees of freedom, and also brain injury criteria determined with an FE model. It must be remembered that this study was based on very few cases. The lower bars indicate better predictor of injury. And what we can see here is that angular acceleration is a much better indicator than linear acceleration, but the best indicator of all was strain in the corpus callosum. In another study conducted by Patton and McIntosh, they investigated concussion in 27 Australian footballers. These are unhelmeted, so it's perhaps more similar to our study. They found a similar average head accelerations that led to concussion, and they also found that maximum principal strain in the thalamus and corpus callosum were the strongest indicators of concussion. Here's some simulation results. This is a video file of one particular impact which had angular accelerations of 6,000 in the x direction, so this is from a side impact, and we can see again the side impact had nearly 90 g linear acceleration. This is the strain developing, and we can see that the maximum strain develops here at the, I'll just go back, the maximum strain develops here and is approximately 0.3 strain here at the center of the brain in the region of the corpus callosum. So when we compared the average strain with concussed and uninjured fighters, concussions all occurred in competition. These are the averages in red. The green are the average strains of fighters who were uninjured in competition, and the blue training sessions. So we can see that the strains in training sessions are much less, indicating that the impacts that they sustained are far less in training than in competition, as would be expected. We can see that the best indicator of concussion was strain in the corpus callosum, as it differed by 88% between those who suffered a concussion compared to those who didn't. Thalamus was the second best indicator at 75%. In other criteria that we examined, Tresca shear stress and von Mises stress, we found differences between obviously the injured versus the uninjured, but the differences weren't as large as strain in the corpus callosum. So for this reason, the focus was on strain in the corpus callosum. Here's some details of the 5 concussion cases that we recorded. The first case was the fighter on the left-hand side, and this fighter didn't sustain a particularly big impact that led to the concussion. We discovered that this fighter had had 4 previous concussions. The MRI scans revealed that the fighter had considerable blood-brain barrier dysfunction before the event. This may have been a result from the 4 previous concussions. So we think that this prior history led to a particular vulnerability in this fighter. In the second case, this fighter sustained a large acceleration, to the side of the head, a large angular acceleration with a 93 g linear acceleration. And we can see that there's considerable blood-brain barrier dysfunction towards the front of the brain. The region of blood-brain barrier dysfunction didn't tally with the region of high strain from the FE model in this case. The other 3 cases are here. The first case, this fight only lasted just under 2 minutes, and we can see that there was very little strain. The fighter had a momentary loss of consciousness. The reason for this concussion and for this momentary loss of consciousness is unknown. Case 4 had an extremely high angular acceleration, again resulting from an impact to the side of the head of nearly 9,500 rads per second squared, and again we can see that there's increased blood-brain barrier dysfunction evident in the MRI scan. The final case had the largest impact of 13,000 rads per second squared, and we can see considerable evidence of blood-brain barrier dysfunction post-event. In summary, we found that linear accelerations in the y direction, that's side impacts, caused high strains in the corpus callosum, and those impacts also led to rotation around the x-axis, causing high strains in the thalamus and midbrain, and that when we examined the blood-brain barrier disruption using the MRI scans, we found that the number of impacts that a fighter sustained during an event correlated with the total volume fraction of blood-brain barrier disruption. Also, the maximum principal strain correlated with the blood-brain barrier disruption. We found that brain strain is primarily due to the angular acceleration and the duration of the impact, and that strain in the corpus callosum was the best indicator of concussion. That front and rear impacts led to high strains in the midbrain, whereas side impacts of the same magnitude resulted in 100% more strain in the corpus callosum. So where do I think the future of head impact analysis is going? Well, I think that athletes of all types, amateur and professional, will wear sensors which will record head impact data. They will be transferred wirelessly to devices such as tablets and telephones, which will calculate injury criteria, perhaps also finite element criteria such as strain using reduced order models. This will indicate to the athlete whether they should attend a clinician, and it'll also provide a history of all impacts ever suffered by that athlete. The user will also be able to input any symptom data into the device, and when they attend a medical facility, this data will help the clinicians in determining the severity of the injury, the history of the patient, and also possible treatment paths. Finally, thank you, and thank you for listening. It would have been nice to present this in person, and hopefully another time. I look forward to a discussion which will follow. Goodbye now.
Thank you very much for Dr. Tiranan, and he presented a project related investigating head impact in sports, especially US football and MMA. And in here in audiences, you're probably interested in one of the sports, and we could understand how the technology can apply the sports in the areas so that in the future you can employ technologies in the sports areas. We have one more speaker, and the last but not the least, I will introduce Professor Won-Seok Chang. And in 2016 to 2018, he was assistant professor in the College of Media Communication at the Texas Tech University. And currently, he is assistant professor in the College of Sports Science at Seongkyungan University. And he is a North American Society for Sport Management Fellow. And also he is Korean Society for Sport Management and Korea Society for Media Sports and Board of Director. Please welcome him a big hands.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me a great opportunity to present a topic about the human-AI interaction in the context of sport. So this is Won-Seok Chang, and I'm assistant professor at Seongkyungan University. So the size of the AI market has grown significantly in both global and South Korea market. And with this explosive growth, the usage of artificial intelligence in sport industry has also grown a lot, such as using for player performance, training, injury prediction, sport product recommendation, AI referee, AR, VR, and creating a sport highlighting video. Through this presentation, I wanted to give you some sort of insight that sport scholars do not really focus on when they talk about artificial intelligence. And in order to do that, I would like to ask you a question. So when you hear artificial intelligence, what is the first thing that comes into your mind. So probably some people would say prediction, forecasting, algorithm, and performance. And if you look at this example, you can definitely understand that the current understanding of artificial intelligence has focusing on a technological perspective. So scholars are focusing on how to build an artificial model to have a good outcome or prediction. But for today's presentation, I want to focusing on a different perspective in terms of how humans can interact with artificial intelligence from a psychological perspective. So I would like to ask you a question. So let's say you want to buy a cup of coffee, and there's two different stores. So one store is operated by robot, and one store is operated by human. Where would you want to go? So could you raise your hand if you want to go for a coffee shop operated by a robot? Could you raise your hand? Or would you raise your hand if you want to go to a coffee shop operated by a human? Yes. So probably most of you want to go for a coffee shop that is operated by human. But if you think about the perspective that makes the coffee more tasty, it's the consistency in the grinding, water temperature, steeping time, and ratio. And if you think about this characteristic, probably robot would do better in this job compared to the human. Now let's go for another example. So let's say you want to purchase a service for a healthcare for the early detection of disease. And there's two different services operated by a human doctor and operated by an AI doctor. So if I ask you this question again, so probably most of you want to have a service that is operated by a human doctor rather than the service operated by the human doctor. And if we go for a more extreme example, let's say we have to have a surgery, and there's two different options. So you can have a surgery from a robot or from a human doctor. So where would you want to go? So similar to other example, I can definitely say that most of you would probably want to have a surgery from a human doctor. But if you look into more detail with this example, robot allow more precision during the operation and also provide a shorter recovery time and also provide a better clinical outcome. But despite this benefit, probably most of you on here want to have a surgery from a human doctor. And this concept has been conceptualized as an algorithm aversion in the literature. So this theory have argued that people usually have a negative response when artificial intelligence make a decision. And these are the few reasons that makes algorithm aversion. So some scholars have found that algorithm is not able to think by itself. And another reason is that algorithms are not able to consider each individual unique heuristic when make a decision. And also some people believe that algorithms are not able to perform in the unexpected situation. And lastly, some people believe that algorithms possess a lack of expertise compared to the human. But if you think about this example more deeply, this is not true. So artificial intelligence can actually perform by itself, and also it can consider each unique individual characteristic by providing a personalized recommendation, and also it can also perform better in the unexpected situation. And also sometimes artificial intelligence has a more better expertise compared to the human. But if you think about this deeply, this human bias and unconscious processing are leading to the phenomena of algorithm aversion. So even though when robot and artificial intelligence can perform better than human, they prefer service operated by artificial intelligence. So I wanted to understand whether this phenomena also occur in sport. So I do a few studies on baseball and also healthcare, which I would like to share a little bit. So recently, because human empire making a lot of incorrect decisions, lots of baseball organization has attempted to adopt a robot umpire to make the ball strike decision. And when you look at the initial survey conducted by MLB, you can see that more than 50% of people are open for the AI referee. But we talk about algorithm aversion. So I wanted to understand whether this really happens in the context of baseball. So we do an experimental study to understand how their prediction in terms of which agent would they more trust, and also we wanted to understand actually seeing the baseball game, which agent will lead to more credibility from the baseball fan. And consistent with the survey, if you look at the prediction, a baseball fan believed that a robot umpire would make more credible decision, and they will more trust the robot umpire. But when they actually see the video that is operated by human umpire and robot umpire, consistent with the phenomena of algorithm aversion, people more trust the human umpire. And our data set has indicated that knowledge and expertise is important when making a ball strike decision, and this is difficult to gain without actually being in the game as an umpire. And another example is that this should be animation, but I can't, but it doesn't work, so I'll give you a brief overview. So Longini have conducted a study in terms of if there's a two different service operated by artificial intelligence doctor and human doctor, which would they prefer more? And these studies have demonstrated that people prefer a human doctor over artificial intelligence. And even when both services have an identical accuracy rate, they want to pay more money for the human doctor over artificial intelligence. And they proposed the concept of uniqueness neglect. So they have demonstrated that people prefer a human doctor because they believe when artificial intelligence making a healthcare decision, they believe they are not able to consider each unique characteristic. So this concept has been demonstrated in lots of different areas. So myself and colleague have conducted a few studies in this area, and we found that this algorithm aversion happened in the fan response, healthcare, AI referee, product recommendation, and hiring. So because of this phenomena, now scholars are starting to understand how we can overcome this issue. So this is a conceptual model or the summary of my study that I have summarized here to highlight the importance of human-centered AI service. So when designing an AI service, it is important to focusing on a technological perspective, but we also argue that designing the AI service with the human-centered perspective is important, especially from an interface perspective and the user perspective. So one example or tactic to overcome this issue is that when AI deliver information, you can actually use a humanization approach. So this is a data set coming from the baseball study that I shared early. And if you look at the right side, we actually humanize the robot umpire by giving them a human characteristic. And once robot umpire having a human characteristic, people start to believe that robot umpire can actually replace human umpire in making a ball strike decision. And this tactic is also prevalent in the AI industry, which are Apple phone, Siri, and also if you look at the Alexa and the Google. So these are examples where humanization approach is used for the AI service. And we also demonstrated that this concept and tactic is especially effective for the elderly and the female users. Because if you look at our society, usually younger people are more familiar with the technology, and same with the male. So female and elderly people has a tendency to not trust a decision made by the artificial intelligence. So this could be one effective way to overcome the issue with artificial intelligence with this elderly and female users. And this is another perspective of the interface that we can design with the AI service. So for example, let's say we're using a product recommendation service. And I believe there could be two different approaches. The first one is autonomy supporting approach. So people believe that we are better than artificial intelligence. So when we ask help for the artificial intelligence, we still want to become an active decision maker even when we are interacting with artificial intelligence. So probably providing a lots of options to users, as you can see in the left side, that could be one way you can support or making the user as becoming an active decision maker when interacting with artificial intelligence. However, on the other hand, a competent supporting interface could be another approach. So if you have a smaller option, this can signal the confidence of decision made by artificial intelligence. So there is no right answer for which interface is better, but if you're able to understand a user characteristic, we can actually personalize the interface of artificial intelligence to provide either autonomy supporting or the competence supporting interface. And another big issue involved with artificial intelligence is a black box problem. So as you can see, when artificial intelligence collects data, they collect a vast amount of data and analyze it simultaneously, right? So when artificial make a decision, they are not able to provide any explanation in terms of how artificial intelligence make a certain decision. But if you look at the psychology and marketing studies, explainability is a key component that leads to trust from people. And this issue was especially important in the early period of artificial intelligence because there was a trade-off between the predictive power and explainability. So we have to decide which component you want to focus on when making a design for artificial intelligence. For example, you have a high predictive power, you will have a low explainability. And if you have a high explainability, you will have a low predictive power. In the early period of artificial intelligence, people usually ignore the explainability because they're focusing on having a high level of predictive power. And this became a big issue, and now people come up with the concept of explainable AI. So this interface not only make a decision, but also give you a perspective of how and why artificial intelligence make a specific decision. So if you look at the picture in the left side, the right side is a traditional approach. So we give an image to predict artificial intelligence, which object is this. In the traditional approach, it only makes a decision in terms of this is a cat. But if we use an explainable AI interface, it not only predicted that this object is cat, but it also provides explanation in terms of why this is a cat. So this is a new interface that lots of people are recently focusing on when designing an AI service. So this is important because if you think about artificial intelligence, it can be wrong. Artificial intelligence is not perfect. And from a consumer or user perspective, we don't trust artificial intelligence until we know the reason. So this explainability is a big component that can give a trust from users and also provide an optical experience of using the AI service. So this is a conceptual study that have done by other scholars, and they have demonstrated that once we have a how and why aspect of decision, it leads to a better transparency and fairness, accountability, which ultimately lead to a better trust and performance with the AI service. And this is another study myself and colleague have conducted. So we wanted to apply this concept to AI service where you provide a feedback for our users. So with the traditional approach, if you look at here, mostly artificial intelligence give you a decision. Your form is wrong, great form, keep it up. But with the traditional approach, it does not tell you why your form is wrong or why your form is correct. But if we apply the concept of explainable AI, it not only give you a decision in terms of whether your form is correct or incorrect, it also provides explanation in terms of why your form is correct and incorrect. And we have demonstrated that once we add explainability perspective with the AI service, people more trust the decision made by artificial intelligence, and people has more positive experience of using the AI service. And if we apply this concept to another area like injury prediction, so we can conceptually think that if we use a traditional approach, so artificial intelligence will give you a probability of having an injury for each athlete. So whether the probability is low, middle, or high. But again, if we apply the concept of explainable AI, it not only gives you a probability of having an injury, but it also gives you an explanation of in terms of why this athlete may not involve in an injury with the current style. So this will give you a trust, and also this will give you a better feedback in terms of how we can prevent injury for that player. And if explainability is important, what means by explainability? So this explainability is important from a user perspective as well, because this concept is very complicated, and there is no single best explanation for all people. So this can be depends on the target or the goal. So depending on who you want to communicate using an AR service, you want to actually design an interface that would able to personalize the explanation for each user. So for example, if you provide the explanation, it could be different depending on for the young consumer, older consumer, or it could be different depending on gender. Also, it could be different depending on the domain knowledge. So depending on the target market and the goal of the service, you would be able to personalize the explanation to lead to a better trust and optical experience from the users. And another important component perspective from the user with the service is that having an optical interface for an AR service is important, but from a user perspective, you want to increase the knowledge of artificial intelligence for the user before they actually use it. So in this study, myself and colleagues wanted to understand how the evaluation of AI service could be different depending on the level of AI knowledge that users have. So if you look at the graph on the left side, if people have a low AI knowledge, they don't trust artificial intelligence. So even with the same decision, they believe human decision is more credible compared to the artificial intelligence. However, for those people who have a high AI knowledge, so once you have a knowledge in terms of whether you understand how artificial intelligence make a decision, now you start to believe that artificial intelligence can make a credible decision even more than the human. So this is important because we believe creating a appropriate or optical interface for artificial intelligence service is important, but we have to educate the users before they use it to have a higher understanding of your service. So for a conclusion, so from this presentation, I wanted to provide a new direction in terms of, as a scholar, that are different perspectives that we can go with the artificial intelligence. And I want to highlight the importance of human-centered AI service. So creating a good model with a high technological perspective is important, but there are a few other factors that we should consider to design a human-centered AI, such as a transparency factor and a human factor. And thanks again for your attention. And if you have any question regarding this presentation, feel free to send me, feel free to contact me through this email. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your great presentation. And we will have a discussion session. If we do not have enough time to ask questions, please, it's gone, but anyways, contact presenters for the specific questions. And while we are preparing our discussion session, we will have two panels for our discussion, and my job, I think, have to be a good timekeeper so that we officially can finish at 5 o'clock, and I will do my best to lead the discussion, and then we will have a reception and after 5. Can our panelists come up front of the table, and also Dr. John? Hello, Dr. Lee and Dr. Tiran. Can we hear us? Good.
Yep.
Good. Okay. Our first panel is Professor Park Chan-min, and currently he's he's an associate professor at Ina University and Department of Kinesiology, and he's committee of evaluation in the Korea Sport Association, and also he is the board of director in the Korea Society for Sport Management and Korea Entertainment and Law Society. So, Dr. Park, could you give us some discussion about the presentation?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. You guys look so tired. Okay. Today's topic is very scientific based one, and the range is very wide. And but now we try to talk about some approaches with the social system and aspective. Actually, before beginning of my discussion, I will say sorry and please understand. I will mainly read my manuscript to deliver my trimmed context on time. So let's start. I have a question about, is the future is that will change due to the AI paradise, or is it ruin our world? In my understanding, as the artificial intelligence era become visible, ethical, and normative problems related to the future, AI is becoming a matter of keen interest. It is essential to consider this problem in advance, if not immediately. Also, beyond the medical field, mentioned it in the previous presentations, such as digital biomarker or psychopenia, well, that AI will bring the field of sports. The expansion of sports market is expected to proceed tremendously and quickly, including competition strategy, athletic hyper-personalized training and education, sports media highlights, even athlete scouting and trademark market. I would like to touch on the following two issues in such a golden future of the new era with AI. First, although the implementation and policies to secure trust in AI in major global developed countries is different, the problem that is easily engaging as technology developed is about personal information protection. As had already been mentioned several times, AI referred to the technology that realized human learning, reasoning, and perception ability through computer programs. In order to develop AI technology, it goes through the process of learning given data through an AI neural network connected like a neural network in the brain. This required a huge amount of data, and in the process of collecting such data, it is inevitable that a lot of personal information is collected and processes. The prominence of the AI healthcare system to increase the accuracy of the decision making by medical staffs in the medical field is undeniable. In particular, the field of imaging diagnosis or a field using neural electronic signal is helping to improve accuracy and efficiency in the medical steps decision making. For example, it is actively used in the field of the rehabilitation robots that help physically disabled people work or move muscles. And it is a situation where they can analyze physical information through the wearable device, detect risk, and request medical treatment remotely. In utilizing AI, we must first be mindful of the protecting personal information. Whether the information collected corresponds to personal information, the user physical information and health information corresponded to the sensitive information under Article 23 of the Personal Information Protection Act. It is essential to obtain consent from the user. Based on the Article 15 collection of using personal information, the legal regulation highlights that a personal information manager may collect the personal information and use it for the intended purpose of collection in any of the following cases. When a personal information manager obtained the consent referred to in paragraph, he or she shall notify a subject of information that the following matters. When the personal information manager change any of following matters, he or she will inform the same and obtain consent thereto. A purpose for which personal information is collected and used, item of personal information to be collected, the period for which personal information is held and used, the fact that the subject of information has a right to reject, to give his or her consent, and the detailed disadvantages, if any, due to his or her rejection to give consent. Next, can the manufacturer be held responsible in the event of the accident caused by a malfunction of healthcare product using AI? An accident may occur due to an error in the system caused by external hacking. In other words, there is a possibility that is a network system using AI or an electronic system may be used to target hacking, and it should have complementary to protect it from the external hacking. There is room to consideration of liability for damage under the Protect Liability Act. Another issue is who will have intellectual property right for the result of the media product created by artificial intelligence. Based on the Article 2 of Copyright of Korea, the term works is defined as a creative production that expresses human thought and emotion. In addition, the term author means a person who creates work. That is, since the result created by AI is not the subject of human creation, it is highly likely that they will not be protected as work under the Copyright Act. If humans become a subject of creative activities and engaged in the creative activities and simply use AI capability as tool in the process, the copyright of creation is attributed to human definitely. However, if humans simply decide whether to start creative activity with AI, and if AI voluntarily conduct specific creative activities, it may be difficult to protect the result as a copyright work. In the case of Japan, the revised copyright law prevents the protection and theft of AI-generated creation. The law has been revised to allow claim for the damage in the case of theft of AI-generated creation. In addition, the copyright was revised to be owned by individual or companies that has been established creative system using AI. The last one, the EU's ethical guideline for the AI contains many details, especially for the following 3 points. The first one is AI itself should not be the goal. The second one is AI should be the human-centered because it should be a means of the human prosperity. Third one, efforts should be made to maximize the benefits of AI while preventing risk. This problem is not the matter of the distant future. How to socially identify, bear, and deal with the damage caused by AI is matter that must keep in mind the process of establishing the new legal system surrounding AI. That will be all my discussion, and I will hand over the microphone to next, Dr. Jung.
Well, Dr. Park to discuss the ethical and legal issues in AI, and I think ethical legal issues is also a big problem in human world too, right? So I think it's a long way to go, but we are time to think about ethical and legal issues in AI. And our last panel, I will introduce Hyunchol Jung. He is currently assistant professor at the Department of Coaching and Kyunghee University. And he had a postdoctoral at the Texas A&M University, and he was assistant professor at 2 universities in the United States, University of Louisiana and Moron, and California State University of Chico. Please give him a big hand for the last discussion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Park, and thank you for having me. And today, presenters introduce a variety of possibility how our world changes or how our world is going to be changing in near futures. But as we all know, due to the unexpected some COVID-19 pandemic, there are a lot of things we have to consider to understand about the technologies. So today I'd like to talk about some important things that we have to consider to be able to make a better world in digital world. Okay, first, we have to understand the intergenerational differences in technology use and skills in everyday our life. I'd like to give you a very simple and easy example. And my daughter is 3 years old, 27 months, and she knows how to use YouTube. And then she really easy to find and then select the video she likes. Even more, she knows how to skip the advertisement. It's really incredible, isn't it? But my nephew, 10 years old, then when he comes back home, he plays Roblox game. You may hear about it. And actually, he meets his friends and plays game and walks, talks around the street and shopping in the digital world. It's really very common for them. And then what about my parents? They are having a hard time when they order food with the kiosk system in the McDonald's. They need always supporters. Besides, despite the development of digital healthcare devices or systems such as Galaxy or Apple Watches, many elderly people do not fully understand the functions of the healthcare system and their informations. These are the tips of icebergs. I think that as the digital transformation or digital technology evolved, more problems will be happens. I think that Dr. Zhang addressed a lot of good things. We have to prepare for that. And so therefore, it is important to minimize the gaps between generational differences in the new digital transformations. Particularly, the number of elderly populations will increase up to 20% by 2025 and 40% by 2050. So I believe the development of human-centered interface devices that are considered generations or age differences are really important to encompass all the people in the new digital society. So therefore, to increase the engagement in digital technologies, the education of digital literacy is really important, particularly for elderly people. I think you may have heard about the digital literacy. Digital literacy is referred to the ability to find, evaluate, and communicate information through digital platforms. Fortunately, nowadays, the number of digital healthcare classes increases as a part of social welfare educations. But most classes focus on how to use the kiosk system. But these kind of educations should be expanded not only to educate the instructions of digital devices, but also to understand and trust the information provided from the devices. The second is a really important thing, the education system in the area of sports science in higher educations. We all know these rapid changes in digital transformations. We are not ready for that. But actually, our classrooms are still traditional, even though digital transformation is rapidly changing in outside of the world. While Kineji students are learning the essential knowledges and information to become a physical education teachers, trainers, coaches, engineering AI programmers collect massive data to create new digital AI support system, which potentially covers our Kineji students' job or role. So I think curriculum in the sports science has to be evolved or modified for our students to adopt and utilize the system in the new era of digital sports world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jung. He addressed the two issues. First, the importance of understanding intergenerational differences in technology, and second, the development and modification of the curriculum in the sports science in Korea. And before we finished up, we have 5 excellent speakers, and I'd like to get the question from the floor. Does anybody have a question for our speakers and panel? Please. Okay, please.
Thank you for excellent presentations and discussion. I have a question to Dr. Hyunchul Lee. I saw in your bio sketch that you work for Under Armour, and then I overheard that you were, in charge of digital transformation of Under Armour. Can you please tell us about your experience of what you did with the company, and then what's the outcome of that?
Sure. I tried to be very short about that. So basically, I think, Under Armour, like, any other sports apparel companies, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, thought that, digital transformation would be essential component of their, their business model, right? So therefore, Under Armour actually invested almost like $1 billion to acquire different apps and then fitness tracking systems and companies like I don't know whether you have heard about companies like MyFitnessPal, Endomondo, and then MyRun, and those are really fitness apps that have been really popular in Europe and then also in the US. Not as popular as in Korea, but so Under Armour bought those companies, and then so my role there was really try to combine the enterprise data with the next generation connected fitness data to drive the consumer experience. And then I think the overall outcome of that integration and unification effort was really the being able to create a new services for Under Armour. And then one example of that is, as of now, actually, Nike and then Adidas does the same. When these companies, including Under Armour, design shoes and shirts, they actually do that through data analysis and trend analysis. So it's not really, they actually use quite a bit of big data and then AI to really determine what kind of products they should really launch and then develop next year, because they want to know, for instance, like how cyclists are using some shoes, and then or some sport athletes are using certain types of equipment, and based on that data collection, they actually design certain products. So, and then they also use that for demand and supply, and then there are also multiple applications of big data for those companies, and yeah, so that was basically the outcome of the unification of data between enterprise and consumer. So,
thank you very much. Any question to Dr. Tiran? I think it's in the morning, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
Yeah, it's just nearly 10 o'clock here.
10 o'clock.
It's a nice morning, so.
Thank you very much for in your busy morning. I think we have only last question before we finish up. Any question to Dr. Tiran? Please.
Hello, I'm Kian Kim. Very nice to meet you digitally, and I really enjoyed your presentation, Dr. Tierman. I'm a novice in your area of research, so I was so impressed by your research. It was so interesting to listen. The topic is about engineering and medical technology in measuring and analyzing head impact in sports, right? And I think that in the past also we have had similar technologies in medical sciences. So I would like to ask you your view on the future directions in development of such technologies, and whether such technologies can be even more widely used in sport industry. How do you see that sort of vision in that kind of technologies, in your view?
Hi, yes, thanks for the question. I think we're in a period now where technology in sports is rapidly changing. As you say, a lot of the technology has existed in professional sports, and they've used it to all professional sports now train in a much more scientific way than they would have, 10 or 20 years ago. But now, sort of people at home are wearing Fitbits and smartwatches, so they have a lot of data available to them. And it's really how this data is going to be used is really the question. I don't think we've figured out how that data can be used yet. And as other speakers have spoken about, there are ethical issues, but for sure we can all improve our health by analyzing the data and analyzing our activities to become more active. Now, in terms of head impact, what I see is there's probably about 5 or 6 companies around the world who are about to launch instrumented mouth guards on the market, and they'll be available for approximately €200 or something like that, but they'll be affordable for a lot of people. And part of the danger of that is that here in Ireland, rugby is a very popular sport with schoolboys from sort of the age of 12 to 18. And if they have these mouth guards and on their parents' phone there's an app showing that they're having repeated head impacts, there's a danger that people will stop playing sport. And what we know is that the advantages of playing sport far outweigh the risks. So there are risks obviously in playing sport and in risks of incurring a head injury or any other injury. But so we've got to use the data, but not be afraid of the data. So, and this is where I do think there's a role in AI, in interpreting that data and making it, interpreting the meaning of that data and presenting it to users in a meaningful way. And there is then a big question of what data do do you present to users, or what data do you present to healthcare professionals if somebody has an injury? So I think we are at a kind of a changing period where we now have access to a lot of data, and it's going to become even more as we move towards embedded sensors. But we haven't really answered the questions yet of what we do with that data and how we use it to improve. Obviously, the goal is to improve our lives and to improve our health and reduce risks of injury. But I think that's still a question to be answered.
Thank you very
much. That addresses your question.
Thank you very much. Any question to our panelists? And Dr. Zhang? Okay, please.
Thank you for the great presentation. My question goes to Dr. Zhang, because that's the only presentation I understand. I have a hard time to understand other presentation. I was intrigued by when people start to decide whether you go to AI versus human, looks like there's another layer, maybe the economic variable. If the AI is very cheap and human is very expensive, it probably goes to the cheaper one. So is there any variability based on the academic differences? One other thing is like, you try to make people going into the more AI by reducing the aversion part from the human being. Is there any kind of like threshold or tipping point, like a spectrum? People start to gain leaning toward the AI touch compared to the human.
Thanks for the great question. So going first with the second question, I think there's lots of research that talks about the stepping point of whether people would more go with artificial intelligence and human. But I think recently, rather than going for a stepping point, I believe lots of service and decision will be not solely decided by either artificial intelligence or human. I think both entity would work together to understand or work together to make the most optimal outcome for a decision. So I think that could be a direction that they will go with the second question. And in terms of the first question, if my understanding is correct, I think economic perspective is also plays a role when people decided to adopt artificial intelligence. So for example, there is some research that depending on like who programmed artificial intelligence, that perspective also decided in terms of whether people want to follow the decision made by artificial intelligence. So I think those are the factors that we can go more deeply with the future research to understand this perspective. Thank you.
I wish we had more time to discuss about the digital transformation in sports, but he has to do his day, and then our Dr. Lee has to go to bed, and then we have to go to reception. So it's first time in sports area we talk about digital transformation, and maybe in the next time we will explore more DT and sports in the further discussion and presentations. Thank you so much for 2 great speakers from the abroad, and then 3 speakers from our South Korea. And thank you so much for participating in the audiences. And we will closing up the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park Chae-hee, for presiding the second part 2 of today's Congress. It concludes all the programs today. And before we conclude, let me bring the President Kim Kim Do-kim, president of K-PERT, and then ask him for the concluding remarks in Korean or English.
여러분 마지막까지 참석해 주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 잘 아시다시피 오늘 저희가 한 200명 정도 예상을 했는데 오늘 현장 등록까지 해서 한 370명 정도가 오늘 등록을 했고요. 너무 감사드립니다. 마지막까지 오늘 저희가 리셉션을 좀 준비를 했는데 꼭 참여하고 가시고, 그리고 내일은 저희가 등록한 인원만 어제까지 570명이 등록을 했고 오늘 합치면 한 800명 정도가 등록을 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 내일 16개, 18개 협력학회에서 각 세션별로 이 건물이 아니라 체육대학 건물에서 진행을 하기 때문에 아침 10시부터 진행을 하니까 한 9시 30분부터 오셔서 또 책자 받으시고 또 함께 여러분이 준비한 여러분 같은 동료들의 프레젠테이션을 들으면서 학회가 주는 그러한 지식과 정보의 귀중한 가치들을 함께 누릴 수 있는 그러한 귀한 시간이 되길 바랍니다. 특별히 오늘 저희 대학의 학자님께서 늦게까지 참석을 해주셨고, 그리고 꼭 각 협력학회 회장님들 그리고 발표자들과 여러 가지 진행을 도와주신 분들께 감사드립니다. 그럼 마지막으로 저희 총무이사에게 안내 말씀을 좀 할 수 있도록 넘기겠습니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 공식 행사 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들 이거 만찬 저녁 식사 저희 학교와 학회에서 준비를 했고요. 뒤쪽에 아이디 카드 뒤쪽에 보시면 예,